G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more scrapyard fun. A little bit less mayhem than what I was last doing in Space Engineers here on Twitch. No integration active today, but what I was thinking about earlier on yesterday, I think I was thinking about it, was I think what I will do is next Tuesday morning in the sort of time slot where I was doing that test, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the final touches to this mod pack for release. So I'll release all the mods probably during that stream and set up the scenario for it and do all those bits and pieces so that it should go live next week. Which also means once it's gone live, more of these streams will be able to have the integration active so that you guys can just straight up spawn stuff properly using Nev's Twitch integration, which I think will be a really, really nice thing rather than the spawn thing that's a little more cumbersome, shall we say. So that's my plan. Keep mucking around with it today, see if I find any more problems that might have cropped up, and come up with a list of things to fix next Tuesday so that I can get this thing out there and you guys can start playing with it. Because that's kind of ideal. Thanks so much, Kitsu. Thanks for the 10 months. Also, thanks, Northern Ranger, for the offline prep sub. And hey, hey, Cal. Thanks for a year. Thank you very much. So, I had been going around collecting stuff, so I'm going to continue to collect some things. 3.34 k's away. Let's go. See what we come across along the way. It's daytime, so that's probably a good time for me to be driving around. Let's line these up a bit better. Good. And there is something off to the left. I think it could be one of the power lines that I've seen before. Yes, a foggy morning on the planet. Yeah, so the reason I can't use the Twitch integration for this save right now is this is an offline local host game, because it's obviously offline mods. It's mods that I'm in the process of creating and haven't published yet. Until I publish them to Steam, they don't actually... I can't load them on a dedicated server. And the Twitch integration is a torch plugin, which is kind of good in some ways because it lets it do a whole lot of things that the API wouldn't let it do otherwise. But yeah, I think it'll be good once we see how the integration works in a series like this, where it's you guys mostly doing friendly things to me. Okay, there's even more spawning over in the distance there now. Cool. I'm not going to complain about that. Also, this thing that I am spotting in front of me is the thing I'm heading towards. I really can't see it in amongst this weather. I think that is a command. Every single time I run a stream series on a server, I think I'm going to add a command so you guys can clear the weather, because it's just awful. Worried me for a second. But yeah, I'm hoping today I might get lucky and find some more hydrogen thrusters so I can actually start building a thing to get out of here. Get to space, and then start working on the space part of this mod. Alrighty. Sadly, no crane here, but let's see what's in all of the cargo containers, because that's the good stuff in here. Yeah, so, yeah, you can't really do the chat commands as commands. Nice try, though. Oh, there's more buried than they usually are. Can I get to it? Oh, yep. Yep. Hey, another plushie. I'm getting quite the collection of those now. I might grab this so I can get the damaged ones upstairs. Plus, extra computers. Yeah, let's not worry about that S10. Not interested. I've found... Haven't I found some small grid tanks? Like, I don't think I've found a small grid large tank as yet, but I've definitely got the small grid small tanks. Yeah. Boring. I have enough bottles back at base. I do not need to be collecting more of them. Void, you can have MES spawn things as loot by setting up a loot profile. So just realized I should probably empty my inventory before I do things like this. Yep, I will take the ammo. And yeah, what the heck, I'll take those. Now... Anything good in this one? At some point, I will probably just decide that these office spaces aren't worth my time, but I think there might still be stuff that could turn out that's useful inside these lockers and things. I mean, it is where I got the good grinder from. I mean, the good welder from. And there we go. A solitary metal grid. That actually, yes, I do need to keep looting these because I need to make sure that I've got the grids to repair any hydrogen thrusters I find, which is usually requiring of a few grids. Thanks, hydrophobic goldfish. Thanks for the 2 months. I do love that name. That's almost it. Just something up here. But yeah, more ammo, more computers. And more grids. Nice. I think I've gotten a better balance on the number of metal grids that are showing up. There are still some vehicles you can find that have heavy armor on them. So you'll be able to get a moderate amount of grids that way if you luck upon those grids as well. Those vehicles. Shouldn't call things grids when I'm talking about metal grids. Doesn't help. And let's pink these buildings so I know not to come back here. I did search this one. Okay. Let's delete those GPSs I did. Let's go to the next ones. Slowly work my way through the list, and I will probably start running into random other stuff, because there have been some other spawns that I haven't located yet. Oh, that ramp is so nice. I'm still so happy with that. I'm really glad I spent the time on that last week. Little mechanical things like that just always make me, I don't know, they just make me happy. Yeah, Jax, get pinked. Yeah, Alflington, the cranes have been in for a couple of weeks now. I have found some. I have not, however, found any of the... I have not found an assembler. The crane I found had a cargo container. Okay, tell which way that route is. Not easily from here. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna have to go back to base to fix that, to get to that. Ah, the the truck should not be pink. I do want to put some different paintwork onto the truck today, though. Once I've gone around and seen what we can find, I would like to try and do a bit more decoration on the truck. Probably work on the trailer a bit, trying to kind of bring the whole thing together and make it feel like a complete thing. Because I would love to publish this on the workshop once I've got it up to a state where I'm happy. And hopefully we'll get event controller blocks while I'm still working on this truck, because I think they could be nice for a few little things. Like every time the truck parks, the ramp just lowers. Every time you get into the cockpit in the driver's seat, both ramps raise up. That sort of thing. So you don't need a button. Speaking of buttons, though. Mac's favourite one. I've made utes in Space Engineers. The Chomper was a ute. Like, by all rights, it was a ute. Oh no, dang it. I didn't really care that I did that, but I was thinking of saving that battery. I'm just still waking up. Which I think is my life now. Yeah, Takari, I was mentioning earlier that I am going to try and use some of my streaming time next week to do the final steps on the mods, and publish them all then. And I think with the number of different thumbnails I've created for this series so far, I should have enough pictures to make all the different thumbnails for all the different bits. Because it's like 4 mods or 5 mods to put it all together. Because I deliberately created it so that you didn't have to play it the way that I am. You can play it the way you like. The Teal Terror did pretty well, considering how few guns it has. It worked out to be a surprisingly fun way to muck around and play Space Engineers. I wasn't expecting that. Thanks, Kate. Thanks for converting the prime sub. There goes the tree. Okay. What do we got here? Alright, that's a long way the other way to what I was expecting. And away we go. 3.8 Ks. See what lucky things I find now. Yeah, that was pretty hilarious, having an asteroid hit me in my cockpit just as I was about to drive off in a thing that I'd spent ages trying to get to the point where I could drive off in it. Oh, there is something on the ground here. Where is it? What's the thing? Hello? Oh, there's the thing. Wait a second. There's an explosion. That's not good. That's just something exploded on spawning. Oh, this would have been from one of the cranes that, yeah, I've cleaned up. Gotcha. Let's get rid of these. They're going to confuse me again in the future. They're so small that pinking them does not help. Thanks, I'm dead. Thank you for 8 months. I think, as a bit of a joke, Nutzel is still keeping track of how many trees I'm... Oh, hello. That's the bit... Alright. I'm gonna have to pink that. I think Nutzel is still keeping track of the trees I killed. Nutzel being the same person who kept track of it in... Wrong way up. At least there's been a comment on a lot of my streams. Fortunately, the count has been quite easy in this one, relatively speaking. What's up? Yeah, Reiki. My most recent tutorial I published was on how to build cranes. Wicked, the mission here is to collect the parts I need to build a rocket to get to space. And then once I do that, I can work on the space part of the mod. Already pinked that thing in the distance, so I don't have to worry about that. What feeling? I'm going to run out of plateau before I get to where this thing is. Also, with that pink thing off to the left, I'm not sure. Wait. Maybe that pink thing on the left is the thing that I was meant to go to? Maybe not. Could be. I'm at 3.9 now. Yeah, probably was that. Alright, we can delete this GPS. At some point I should probably delete the pink grids myself. Probably should have done that before the stream today. That might have been helpful. Does this mod have any bad guys? No. I don't want it to, because I wanted to offer people the opportunity of playing a fairly peaceful style of play, where it is just about the engineering and it's just about discovery and going around and finding things, doing that sort of stuff. And I think as soon as you add combat, you make it a combat mod. And there are plenty of people who don't enjoy that. I think you can certainly... There are some mods that have, like, stuff on them that you could add once you've gotten yourself bootstrapped up to a basic level. But, yeah. No, I didn't want to add much combat to this. Maybe the occasional... Ooh, that was a hole in the ground. Maybe occasional... And an occasional turret here and there, but that's it. Nothing that you shouldn't be able to fairly easily circumvent. And a lot of the turrets will even be on grids that don't have batteries. They just have solar panels. So if you close in at night, they have no power, so you can just go in and grind them. But yeah, I wanted this to be as open to a peaceful playstyle as I could. Because you can add combat, but you can't really take it out once it's there. At least without specifically without disabling specific grids and all that sort of thing, which gets a bit painful. One thing to note though is if you do add mods that add static grids that you might be able to capture, you may well take this from something that's going to give you a good number of hours before you manage to collect everything to you might get everything in a single grid because those other spawns aren't balanced around the progression that I had in mind when I designed this. So it's there can be some downsides to I just saw my light go off to the side. Is there something in the grass here? There is. That is why we have the searchlight. Gabor, there's no laser antenna mod that shows... Oh, I just should have pinked this. This is one I didn't pink. There is no laser antenna mod that shows the lasers. Oh, I mean, there is one. I linked it in my laser antenna tutorial, actually. No, this is just... These are searchlights. That I modded to have longer range. Because I thought it was lame that they didn't have a range like the vanilla turrets. They still haven't worked out quite as I'd imagined. I kind of had this dream of nighttime combat where you see all of the searchlights lighting up the target. The trouble is, with ACS, most of the targets are really tiny. Intentionally so, because I didn't want them to destroy your base when they crashed on it. But it meant that that tininess leads to them being very difficult to see sometimes. Hey, thanks, Canada. Canada, there. My brain don't make my mouth do worky. Thanks for 10 months. Takari, your experience of abandoned settlements is very different to mine then. My experience of the abandoned settlements mod is that it is supremely generous and you get everything super fast as long as you can take down a few turrets. Yeah, we actually had to can some stuff from Scavenger Hunt because the Abandoned Settlements mod was so generous in what it gave us. Even for that series. Alright. We have a hydrogen tank. What else this split in half vehicle got? I think that might be the only useful thing. Anything in the cargoes? I mean, there was. This is going to annoy so many people that I haven't either switched out to a lower tier grinder or using the advanced welding to try and not grind through things I shouldn't. There's a part of me that's really worried about something. I'm just going to check. No, it's all good. We do not have creative mode tools. I just had a moment of... Is this like the grid grinders at the moment? Oh, access tonight. Fine. Because I do I do normally try and create a separate save for the sake of creating thumbnails. But I just had a moment of fear that I'd accidentally used my main save to do that. I'm like, yeah, good job. Oh yeah, definitely one of the goals today. Make a better trailer ramp. Probably with the double folding like the front, so it can be a less steep thing. Steepness is kind of annoying. Thanks, the user. Thanks for 6 months in advance. Thank you. I'm happy with the number of grids that are in this mod pack as it is at the moment. I think it takes a while. Oh, I didn't paint it pink. I don't think... I'm kind of happy with it as it is for the moment, because you do take a while before you get to see all of the grids that are there. I'm going to focus on getting something ready for space first, and getting the space stuff up and running before I try and go back and add more things on the ground. But I'm pretty happy with this. I dare say I will go and add more things once I get an opportunity to play this mod pack with Capac plus minus TFE. Hey, thank you, Hydrophobic. Thanks for the 5 gift subs. Is that pink? Can't tell if that's pink from here. I think it's pink. We have a way to test. Yes, it is pink. Don't worry, you'll be seeing more of TFA, whether you like it or not. GPS. Now we got 2 that are one that's 5Ks away from home. Yeah, so I was thinking I might remove the ramp that's near the hitch on my truck, because I think the hitch ramp... No, get in between my wheels. There we go. Hey! Hey. Gotta block you. No! There we go.
Inventory full.
Yay!
Inventory full.
That's not good. I did not expect it to do damage to my connector. I probably should have expected that, but I didn't. Thanks, I'm dead. Thanks for another 5 gift subs. For 155. Thank you very much. And Kitsu! Thank you for the 2,000 bits. Wonder which one of these buttons is beeping. Might be this one. Ah! least I stopped the beeping. Yeah. So, 2 gyros. At least they give me a reason to use my crane.
Inventory full.
Oh, thank you, Deadbeat, for another 5 as well. Thank you very much. Hopefully I'm making and being entertaining enough to be worth it when I'm doing stupid things like damaging my connector. Can I drag those out of here, or am I going to have to drive off and try not to run them over? Whoa. I am going to have to drive off and try not to run them over and then grab them with the crane. Oh dear. Can't wait to scrap cranes and have them fall on my Rover. Yep. I'll have to add a few more traps that I haven't put on stream. I've got a couple in there that make it so it's hard to predict what you're going to run into, but I should probably make a few more to make it even harder to know what's going to happen. Oops. Plus, of course, when I play this with Capac and or TFE, maybe some other people, depending on the time of day that we decide to play, there is also the possibility of them being the ones that discover the things that I'm well aware of, which always makes it more fun for me. We can't hold a flame to Dragnon. You probably shouldn't hold a flame to a dragon. I don't think they take it well. So I don't think it'd do much. Not raining very well this morning. Oh no! Oh! I underestimated the flatness of my I overestimated the flatness of my trailer. Ah, poop. I can reach it. Yes, no. Oh dear. So, does anyone else think I should have some sort of fence around the back of the trailer now? Let's try that again. And this time, don't let go until I've actually got the thing grabbed on the trailer. I was being lazy and I created extra work for myself, which is kind of what often happens when you're lazy, in my experience. This is still the original trailer, isn't it? I don't think I've done like any massive redesigns on this thing. There we go. Around we go. Thank you, Deadbeat. Thank you for the 1,000 bits as well. Ah, you guys are nuts this morning. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Come back, come back, come back, and 4. Lock. Unlock. There we go. Safe and sound this time. It's annoying. Oh well, that's why I got this button. Okay, what was I doing? Who am I? Driving home. To go out to another spot. Yes, I put baby gates on my truck, yes. Actually, that reminds me, I do need to, at some point in the next year, put up one of those for my veranda. My deck. The truck has been through more iterations than the trailer, because the trailer was only added once this truck got up to its a relatively current iteration. It's kind of annoying that I have to keep going back to base to go and check out these markers. I think the only way around that would be if I did actually cave to chat pressure and add the compass mod, because then I could just drive at the distance and wait till I'm at the compass heading. To babygate the computer because my daughter learned how to turn off the PC before she learned how to walk. Sounds like my dog. Although, Charlie did know how to walk when she turned off the computer during my stream. This is off this way. Part of me wants to just kind of drive around for a bit and see what I come across, because I know there are a bunch of spawns that I haven't marked with GPSs. But there's another part of me that knows that if I keep driving backwards and forwards from base, I'm potentially going to cause more spawns as well. Why didn't I include the compass mod? Because I don't like how big it is. It's obtrusive, like the crosshair is. It's one of those things that I'll accept in a multiplayer situation where, you know, you often need to tell people where something is. Ooh. But in a single player setup, I'm less fussed and I'm more interested in keeping my screen nice and clean. Thanks, Mr. Bob Bobbington. Speaking of fun names. What we got here? Thanks for the gift sub. We have what I can only assume is the front half of something I stole the back half of. That's what it's got to be. Now we've got to go back on the right path. Going very near that observer base. It's currently not going to spawn drones because I don't have that mod active. I think I can see the grid that I'm looking for because there is a tower in the distance. Nice. Oh yeah, Whip's compass script for LCDs, yeah. That is certainly a preferred way to go with it, from my perspective. Do I want to probably think about... Whoa! Look at that control seat flip. Probably want to watch where I'm going. We have here? We have a wind turbine. And a shed and a silo. Did I just break something? I did break something. Oh. I broke a bit of my bumper. Oops. Oops. Oh, wicked. That's an unfortunate consequence of space engineers that I wouldn't have thought about. Getting an overuse injury from switching to the 8th and 9th hotbars. Can't you just... I know you probably don't want to know this now, but you can use right control, not just left control, to switch hotbars. So, maybe helpful to prevent in future? Oh yeah, that's right. You can also use dot and comma to scroll through. I always forget that one. Oop. I'll just take this whole thing rather than breaking it down here. Be a bit easier. Hey, if you can't rely on a Space Engineer's stream chat to tell you things that you... well, kind of wanted to know, but now don't want... Let me restart that. A Space Engineer's stream chat is always good at telling you things you wish you'd known previously. But are no longer especially helpful. In the nicest way, of course. Do. Do love cranes. Especially when they work. Fair enough. You've been sculpted to buy Space Engineers in the first place, so I still hold you accountable. Yeah. I have other people trying to hold me accountable for such things. Yeah. I can't argue too well. Like when Capac blames me for his time in Space Engineers. Yes, that is entirely my fault. One of the interesting things about the whole Capac and Space Engineers thing from my perspective, though, is that he ended up, like, me making tutorials for everyone to use very clearly helped me be able to teach him how to play the game better. Whoa. I think something might have been a bit clangey there. Alright, I don't think I need the wind turbine. So I'm going to continue on. I wonder if I can easily get down there, because I can see there's... I'm just going to have a look out over this cliff edge. I suspect it's not going to be easy to get back up on the other side. But over on that slope over here, there's a little spawn that might have exploded because it looks like there's a voxel deformation, which may mean I shouldn't bother going there anyway. Yes, I could not help the group survival reference the other day. It was just so obviously right. Alright, I'm heading back. Circle round and head back, rather than just straight back. Hey Bandolier, thanks so much for the 300 bits. Hope you have a good Easter long weekend, assuming you have a long weekend where you're at. Yeah, the goofy camera with the crane is intentional, if awkward. It was just me having a bit of silly fun. I allow myself such things from time to time. Or all the time. Like, an easy way to get around the control issue for the crane would be I just control it from the main cockpit, which is entirely doable. Ah, nice. Not connect you being Aussie before, Bentley. I don't know. I usually remember most of that stuff from people. I'm not super keen to take on an assert facility without having built something specifically for the purpose. Partially because I think all it'll end up being is me throwing corpse after corpse after corpse after corpse after corpse at it. Which isn't that interesting. Unless I've tried to build something for it. I don't like just throwing corpses at the enemy. It happens sometimes, and sometimes I'm really tired of what I'm doing, and so I do it anyway. But it is something I try not to do. There's my power poles over there. Pink shed and hut. Let's just go back to base because I'm right near it anyway. Only got 2 more of these to do. And then we can do some building. One of the unfortunate things in Space Engineers is that we don't have gimbal stabilized turrets. So, for anyone who's played GTA and been the gunner while someone else is driving, there's a thing it does to stabilize the turret so that the gunner can actually have a chance at hitting something. In Space Engineers, we don't have that, so it can actually be really, really hard for a human to even come close to being as effective as an AI shooting a turret, which is a bit sad. I kind of wish we had the gimbal stabilization so that a human controlling the turret was superior in some way to the AI. You can sort of achieve that with custom turrets, yes. But I wish that the default turret had it. Because I think it would make them much more usable. Because one of the reasons that whenever we're driving around in Rovers and Capac or I try to shoot from it, it ends up being just one of us, the driver, yelling at the gunner, "Why can't you hit anything? Hit something!" Is because you can't hit things. It's really, really hard. It's really, really hard. Judging by the distance I'm going, I think I'm going to have to go down in the valley here. Which is the way down? It's over here. More power poles over there. No, Void, I've shown the power poles off a few times before. Should probably not go 50 meters a second. Down a hill that I don't know has no craggies. Medbay spewing out Capex is probably my favourite splitsy moment of all time. Yep. Lucas is pretty awesome for having made that possible. 6.3. No, Wicked, it's actually morning time. Oh, unless you're talking real world, it's morning time. It is... The sun is coming up. .3 Ks. It should be somewhere in front of me. Oh, yep, it's there. There is the thing. See you, bud. Gyro on a platform with override. The trouble with gyro overrides is they're not actually a proper gimbal. They just apply braking to any attempted force against it, so it doesn't return it to level if something forces it to go beyond or anything off level. All it does is tries to keep it in its current position, and if that current position is forced to change beyond what the gyro can stop, it will then hold the new current position. Nothing. Nothing. I think to have a proper gyroscopically stabilized turret, you almost certainly need a script that's actively returning you to level. Adding the thrusters to this. I haven't run into too much hill climbing troubles as yet. I know I had a little bit of it, but I haven't had too much, so that's kind of why I haven't added any of the things to it as yet. And I've only got little thrusters. So I don't feel like they'll make a huge impact, unfortunately. I'll get more out of the fact that I've got two scripts and I can run the subgrid wheel control script, so I can actually make the trailer push under the right circumstances. Really happy with how this thing worked out here. Okay, so that's what's in the shed. Let's go pink the shed. What do we got here? We've got small hydro tank, which has 36% fuel in it. What about this one? Oh. Oh. Those batteries are actually intact. While as in the power cells are intact. Try and cut them out. There's part of me that wants to just bring the crane over and just take this whole chunk. But if I hack this, should be able to control panel, make everything mine. Now, access denied. Nope, it's fine. You-do-do-do. Out over. This one. So apparently what I was doing wrong last time when I was grabbing blocks, stabilizing them, and then throwing them. What I should have been doing to try and get the effect that I was after was grabbing them and then just clicking right mouse. Because now I have this controlled at the center of mass. So if I then stabilize it, I can now rotate it in sensible ways. Hooray! It now does the things it's supposed to do. Boop. Oh. I'm a dum-dum. I should not have done that. Oh well. It's done now. I am going to find those grids at some point and be like, oh, what have I found? It's just the things I threw. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But yeah, now I know how to use this properly. I should be able to use it to get things into place more easily. Although I do miss the bounciness of it in some respects. Okay, my mini junk pile. Pink this up. In fact, let's just grind those bits. Those are going to be loose. Alright, cargo containers. Anything in them? Yep. 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 Cool. Fun to have a throw teammate option. Yeah. Yeah, it would. I can see that being actually quite fun. Especially if you set up goalposts. Oh, there's a dumpster over here. What's in the dumpster? Nothing. I mean, that's what I should expect out of a dumpster, but still. Don't want those. Nothing in that. Nothing in that. What about this one? No. What about this one? Oh. No. Alright. Is there anything good in any of these shelves? We've got shelf A, and then shelf B's. Shelf A, and A. No. No shelf B's. Shelf B's are the ones that have power cells. It's a pity. Let's load this stuff up and go on to the next thing. Oh, I'm going to need to get a whole bunch of stuff for making mag plates. There is a part of me that wants to, just for the silliness factor, create a little cage for dropping these batteries in so that I don't even bother locking them down. And we just have them bouncing around in the back. So it could be especially amusing on big jumps. Or especially destructive. It's the destructive part that worries me. Just having it be silly is fine, but having it be destructive is not so great. What? Ugh. They're both locked to the trailer bed. Both these mag plates, which means I can't get them to lock to that battery. Fine. Foil my dastardly plans. Being destructive is funny, just not for you. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, true. I mean, even sometimes when it's painful for me, it's still funny for me. As proved by my reaction to the meteor to my face in the Twitch integration stream the other day. Come on, up. Up. But. Ooh, that's not good. That snapped at a weird way. There we go, that's better. There was a little clang spark where that had snapped. Thanks, Yoshi! Thank you for 9 months. And thanks, Armored Bear. Thank you for 4 months. Ugh. Go. That there. This. My tree of hydrogen tanks. Jiggling about. Perfect. Alright. Let's paint this pink. Yeah, we'll paint this pink. Perfect. Sweet, so I've gotten another cargo container. I haven't really gotten anything good today. I've gotten stuff. But nothing that I'm like, yay, that's going to be really helpful. Like, I haven't gotten another hydrogen thruster. I've got that large battery, which is helpful, but I still haven't gotten many more power grids, and I mean power cells. It'd be really nice if I found some engines that I could grind down and get some power cells from. But nothing. My earlier luck has forsaken me. I might, when I return, I've got, what, one more GPS to do? Yeah, I got one more GPS to do. And then after that, I think what I'll do is maybe go back to base, do what building I can, and then I'll go through and I'll delete all the pink grids. Because I probably should do that. So that there's a chance to spawn more. I think if I was playing this not as a test, but playing it to do stuff, like playing it as a proper playthrough, I would want to make a mobile large grid base so that I can keep moving constantly. Because I think having a static position to work from with this playstyle kind of limits what you can pick up, because you're sort of only working in one area. But if you... Oh, speaking of working in one area, that looks like it's maybe up? Maybe not. I'll go around this and I'll see. Working in one area means you've only got spawns that can happen in that area. But if you keep moving, and maybe even try and go on a very large loop, or... because you will want to loop backwards on yourself. Actually, I don't know. I'm trying to think, with the way MES works, whether you'd be better off constantly moving, or whether you'd be better off moving around the same area for a while and then moving on. Actually, that's not going to be a path I can take. Probably something like a semi-nomadic lifestyle would be best. Oh dear. Where you kind of operate in an area for a while, searching that area, so you get lots of spawns in that area and you're more likely to run into more. And then moving on to a new one once that one's fully occupied. Effectively, I'm trying to create the same thing, but by staying in the one spot by deleting the grids. Thanks, Zoland. Thanks for 4 months. Yes, I am. Is there ever a reason not to make a mobile base? Kinda. It's easier having a static base. Like, it's easier to make to get power from the wind turbines. It's easier to do those sorts of things. You can leave the base generating power while you go off to do other things. But I guess if you've got a rover that can lock down, then you can kind of get around some of those limitations anyway, because you just lock it down while you take a small rover off to go elsewhere. Hey Tib. Thanks Goldilocks. Thanks for the Prime sub. Yeah, if you fully grind down a grid and clear the area, that means another grid could spawn in that same zone. The way I've got the settings sorted for this is MES has a minimum grid distance between spawns, and you kind of need to keep that so that it doesn't spawn stuff too close to your own base, because that looks weird. I've reduced it a bit, but it's still... I think I've got it set to 1.8 kilometers. So anytime you leave a grid, there's a 1.8 kilometer radius around that grid that nothing can spawn. So if I was playing this as an edited thing rather than a streamed thing, I would probably go through and grind down every single block. So that I can keep those spots clear for spawns. So what you were saying is you want to put wheels on your hangar. Got it. A little part of me does. Not gonna lie. A little part of me does want to do that. Oh, 7.8 Ks. That's a long way to go. That's another fair point with static versus mobile. Static bases don't tend to fall over. Bandley, you say Capac did the turning a base into a mobile base out of a medical center. Capac watched me do it. Was more accurate. Watched me do it for him. And yes, it is also very difficult to build a moving underground base. Oh dear. Capex, the ideas, man. The sometimes functional ideas, man. Yes. Back then, Capac was pretty much mainly capable of being the architect, and I was the engineer. So he came up with some grand idea that he thought was cool, and I went, I think maybe I can make that work, because that was kind of how we'd done things in Light Echoes. We'd come up with ideas, sometimes his, sometimes mine, and then it'd be up to me to make them work in Space Engineers plus minus a small amount of After Effects. And so that kind of that pattern continued in Survival Unlikely. Thanks, Cutthroat. Thanks for the Prime sub. Those power lines just add so much feel. Completely pointless to find, but they add so much feel to this space. Oh, that's down in a hole. It's pink. 7.8 kilometers. I think we'd have to go round. Oh, definitely. Yes, Kavak has come a long way since Survival Unlikely. Still gets frustrated when the game doesn't exist in perfect tandem with what reality would make you expect, but I mean, I've come a long way since then. Did I clip that? Nope, did not hit that tree. The tree is still standing. Much further. 3 k's further to go. Just trying to see if there are any other grids. I was kind of hoping with these further away ones that I might come across multiple on my trip. Have not had that much luck yet. With the Canada, with the power lines, I haven't really got a nice way of putting power cells into them. One thing I've been contemplating how I might do, though, is building like a substation. Because a substation could then have some power cells, and that could be spawned in that same chain of buildings. But I'm struggling to come up with, because I haven't really spent much time with it, I'm trying to do it all in my head, a way to make a substation that I'm like, yeah, that'll look cool. Okay, I've discovered a problem with my searchlight. Oh no. It is not focusing on my trailer. It is focusing on the thing that is over here, which is maybe the thing I'm looking for. With the new update, with the next update that comes, I'll just add the event controller to some of the grids and then remove it from the G menu. So you should be able to just, we should be able to just play it and be fine with that. And ooh, Hello? Hello. How did I get to know TFE? So Capac and I used to play a lot of Rocket League. And TFE was pretty much the only person in our Discord who did as well. And we wanted to play some 3v3 for a bit. And so I asked TFE if he wanted to join us. He said yes. We had fun. We kept doing it for ages. And I was like, actually, with the banter that happens during these sessions playing Rocket League, I think TFE could be quite fun to play Space Engineers with, so I invited him to join us. And yeah, he did a whole bunch of the stuff for Scavenger Hunt in the background. Like he and Eisen did basically everything, or the vast majority of things. And TFE's always helped me with MES related stuff. To me, this looks like a van that's stolen this. Wonder. Cut that bit off. Yep. Now we have a loose thruster, which I must grab carefully. Hillbilly VW van mod. Yeah, it could be that too. This is intended to be a helicopter. Maybe. Thanks, Redbeard. Thank you for 14 months. But yeah, so a lot of the people that I have done stuff with or who are like moderators on the Discord have just been people who I've gotten to talk to more regularly over the years and have come to have a bit of what I think is a feeling of... I kind of feel like I know them well enough that I want to do more things. I got myself snagged. I got myself snagged. I do have myself snagged. I can't drop this down there. It's like, it was a sort of a similar thing with Shadow and her doing like art stuff around the time of Wrong Way Up. And then I noticed that she was playing some Played Up, and I was like, oh, do you want to play some? I prefer... Like, I definitely prefer playing games with people before streaming anything or doing any content with them. Because I think it's really helpful to get to know someone before you do those things. I think it adds a lot to the experience for you guys watching if there's some level of familiarity. Like, one of the things I've always been really happy with is that with Capac and I having been friends as long as we have, there are things we can do and say to each other that are a lot more that we can get away with because we know each other so well. Oh, that is maximally displaced. Okay. I feel like I need to... Ideally, this should be lifted up a block, which I could possibly do. Could do that. I'd have to redo all my crane controls, which would be annoying. I could lift that up. Oh, poop. No, no Twitch integration today. Though there will be nice Twitch integrations that you guys will be able to do in this series once I've released the mod. And got this save running on a server instead. Let's just clear up that wheel. And gonna go back to doing things this way. Doop. Doop. Oops, that is not the key I meant to press. There we go. Grid gone. And homeward bound. And then truck mods. So what I like about this playstyle is that, yeah, it is a way to encourage constant mobility without the me having to drive it aspect of the constant mobility that you saw in series like Wrong Way Down and Wrong Way Up. So we have to move around a lot, and we have to search a lot. You have to search a lot to find all the bits. And so this style really appeals to me as a less linear Wrong Way sort of series. And I'm thinking of some ways to do it. I've got some other plans for how to play this in an interesting way that'll be semi-single player. That's probably going to be the first way I do an edited series with this. But yeah. Maybe have maybe I'll be able to do some sort of Wrong Way style thing with it in the future. I'm going to lift the crane controls. Is it worth redoing the whole crane design? To lift it? Maybe. Maybe. There is a part of me that kind of wants to redo the crane design at this point. Then there's another part of me that remembers how long it takes to build the crane and set up everything and have it all work as I want it to. So I don't know. I don't know. Oof, that was closer to hitting those than I thought I was going to be. Delete. Delete. And turn off. Not that creative mode necessarily helps me particularly much in this, because I can't even place most of the blocks I want. Fear and loathing in Wrong Vegas. I mean, that works. That works, Jex, but it feels really long. Yeah, I think in part of redoing this truck and trying to make it have some style, doing something with the crane is going to be required, because obviously the crane is, compared to the scale of the truck, it looks a bit flimsy. I might want to do double pistons along it just to make it have some bulk. and then have it be able to fold in on itself properly, that sort of thing. So maybe I should redo it. What I might do instead of doing that first is perhaps I will get the rest of the, like, start putting together the flyer, see what parts I still need for something that could actually get out of here. Obviously I still need fuel, which is why I'm collecting all those little fuel tanks. But there might... I haven't really gone through my scrap pile recently. But there is a part of me that's, you know, always thinking about more wrong way style stuff where I've got a bigger crew of people together, or even a wrong way style thing with only a smaller crew, as there could be some fun in that too. Whoa! What the... Why? I thought I was going slow enough to go up that ramp. I was wrong. And that, children, is why you build a bumper. So, no, I didn't break the button. You rebuild it because you can't have projectors in the gameplay in a style like this. I didn't break the front thing. There. All right. Nope, that's the wrong block. This part is this one. I don't want to do a competitive series. A competitive series sounds like a whole lot of stress, a whole lot of frustration, and a whole lot of not fun for me. So I've got no desire to do any sort of competitive thing long term. It's hard enough to find the desire to do a competitive thing short term. PvP is not my thing, especially when it comes to content. I had a fair bit of fun playing Dune with and against the other guys that we were playing with, but it was pretty exhausting. So it's not something I want to do as a regular thing too much. I think over time, if I do things like that periodically, I might be able to get my head around having the right attitude that it's not so exhausting and it's something that I can keep light-hearted, but it's very difficult. And most people that I play with don't actually enjoy that playstyle either. Like, Capac does not like PvP. Yeah, exactly, Jax. To play something PvP and have it be fun, everybody needs to have that attitude of it doesn't matter who wins. It's about the silly stories that come up along the way. Finding the right competition for that can be quite difficult. Glass on board. So yeah, as a general rule, PvP not a thing you're likely to see me do much of, if any of. Oh wait. May have fixed this part. I still need to fix this part. Yeah, so being the bad guys in Wrong Way Up was not really PvP. They were cartoon bad guys. They weren't trying to win. They weren't trying to stop us. They were trying to create entertaining situations where we got to fight each other. The goal was very, very different. And fortunately, I was able to find a group of people who understood what that goal was. And understood that their role was to add that layer of fun. By acting like your stereotypical cartoon villain that explains exactly what they're going to do so that they can be easily foiled by the dastardly teens. That would be why I destroyed my bumper. I think I'm quite heavy right now. I was making a reference to Scooby-Doo, so teens. With an N. I have a hole in my floor? I don't see a hole in my floor. There probably is a hole in my floor, but I don't see it. Right, what have we got over here? Excuse me. Right. A bunch of little tanks, survival kit, 4 Atmo thrusters and a hydrogen thruster. I'm still lacking on the hydro thruster front. I only found that one. Bring this over to the pile. Yeah, I really don't... Excuse me. Oh, man. Stupid cough. I really need to find more of the things and the doodads. I really need to find more... Come on, brain. I really need to find more of the hydro thrusters. Because I could technically get to space on one, but flying will be painful. So I would like to have at least 4? Ideally 6. Alright, let's offload. Suck to try to get to space and fall short and then crater on your way down. Well, that's where things like this large Atmo thruster come in. Because while I may perhaps chance it and go before I have enough fuel for a hydrogen-based flight, I'll at least have backup Atmo flight to carry me the rest of the way. poor Shaq. That's Velma. Hey, Dr. Stroh. How many baby batteries are you going to need to provide juice for that thruster? You need a lot of them. I don't know that the baby batteries are going to be used for that. I think it's more likely I'll use this once I can find some more power cells. So basically, I need to go around and try and find power cells and try and find hydrogen thrusters. And yeah, I just really need to find those things. I've been thinking about ways I might adapt the spawns so that once you've gotten to a point where you've, collected a bunch of stuff, you'll be more likely to get those other things. But then I started thinking, if I do that, I run the risk of someone actually needing something from grids that I didn't think of. And so ending up trapping someone because their threat score got too high. Because that's the only lever I really have to pull in that regard that I'm aware of. I ground down the wrong one. No! Oops. There is a part of me that wishes my throw wasn't so strong so that I could just use a little throw and just go, huh, and chuck it over there. Is anyone feeling this is somewhat reminiscent of airport baggage handling? Pick those up together. Cool. Indeed, Jax. I do value those parcels, unlike... Yeah. Well, I mean, the owners of the packages value them, I suppose. It is disturbing when you see that looking out of a plane window and you're like, that's my stuff being thrown around there. I'm really glad I packed the delicate stuff inside all of my clothing to provide it padding. Imitating DHL. Yep. We can go down here, I think. Yeah. My little sorted pile of small grid stuff. Right, the rest of this I need the crane for. Do. Anything large grid this time. I do notice that I don't have a gyroscope over here, or at least I didn't notice one when I was just looking through my pile before, so I'm glad I picked up this twin gyro from that unknown signal, even though it did damage my connector. Shot. This was... Yes. That one. Yeah, I will want to replace that mag plate. I got distracted by picking stuff up and I probably should have done it already. But I have not. That'll do. Hey, thanks to Fraggle. Yeah, I imagine the throwing thing of the improvised engineering is probably deadly to another player, given the speed at which those things are launched. Not sure how that'd go with Capac and I in the same room. Probably terribly. For both of us. It's over there. Oh. Oh. Close enough. Am I going to make a flying scrap ship with that thruster? Yeah, I am. I definitely am. Oh, I just had an idea. Hang on. Hang on. How many thrusters do I have? One, two, three, four. Oh. Ooh. I have enough stuff I can make a little Atmos scout ship as soon as I can build this battery. Because I'm in gravity, I don't need 6 thrusters, I just need 5. So what I'm thinking is, as soon as I find the power cells to build this battery, I make a flyer, and I use it to scout out and mark places to go with my crane. Because I'll be able to move so much faster. I'll be able to find stuff so much more quickly. Oh, yes, I like this plan. I do like this plan. I mean, I could steal the battery from the forklift. Or steal the second battery from the truck. But I'm not sure I want to do that. I should have a look through my cargo in it once I connect up to the base and see whether I have any bits. Because I think I should have some power cells, but I'm guessing it's 3 or less. Oh. I thought I'd be able to grab it off and not have to use my crane. So close. I did move most of the stuff out of the small hangar. But yeah, I should probably go and move all of it over so that it's all in the one spot, which would make a lot of sense. Aha! No, stop bouncing off. No! Okay. Go. Thanks, KB. Thanks for the Prime sub for, geez, almost 2 years. Let's drop you down. Why that was making me rear up when I lowered the pistons then. That's odd. One thing I will do. That'll hopefully make things a bit more stable. Hey, Morbro. Hey, Wolf. You need a piston on the front of the fork that can move the mag plates. Yeah, I didn't imagine myself using it too much to pick stuff off the truck. But there was a suggestion someone made of trying to get the truck bed to the height of the floor of the hangar. So I can just drive up and drive the forklift on and off the flatbed. That appeals to me, if I can make it work. Thanks, Morbro. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you very much. Thanks, Broadmanon. Thank you for the Prime sub. Uh-oh. Am I underneath the thing? No. Good. I mentioned this much earlier in the stream, but for those who weren't around, my plan regarding the mod is to release it hopefully next week. On Tuesday, when I normally would be doing something solo before streaming a bit with Capac, I'm going to do a bit of solo stream to finish off the mod. That's my plan. So that I can get it released, get some thumbnails on it, get some descriptions, fix up a few last little bits. Because if I don't make it in a stream time slot, I will probably not get round to it anytime soon. As you might imagine, time management at the moment is complex. Thanks, Slime Gunny. Thank you for the 200 bits. Cool. Emptied. Let's lift this up while I remember. Yeah, I'm excited for the Willis Ducks too. There'll be a nice little decorative addition to Space Engineers, I think. The more I see this, the more I think about the stuff that Keen have added since they started doing the DLC, the more I kind of wonder whether they're, with their V-Rage 3 engine development, also considering what they would do if they created another space or another futuristic engineering or even modern engineering based game. Because there are so many things, like Willis ducts could be used as a kind of proper engineering thing rather than just an aesthetic thing. In that scenario, which I think would be quite awesome. But I don't think could be done. I don't think they can change the way that Space Engineers works to make something like that work, but it would be kind of cool if they are thinking about things like that. If they are making a new game with their new engine. Which is in, like, you know, years from now. Because they're in early development of the engine. So it'll be quite some time. Might be too close. Thanks, Morbro. I mean, I'm not going to assume that their engine is going to be Space Engineers 2, but everything they've been testing so far has been using Space Engineers assets, which kind of makes sense because it's the more flexible of medieval and Space Engineers. So of the assets they have available. But I'm not assuming that that's what they're going to make. Could be a modern, like a current day engineering game. More current day tech rather than near future tech. Don't know. Could be the Roman engineers thing they trademarked. It's all speculation. Alrighty. Large cargo. And small cargo. I have 6 power cells right there. Hello. I have enough to make that battery. Could be space Romans. Yeah. It could be. I'm gonna have to manually empty this welder out. That's annoying. Yeah, I should be able to get that larger battery functional and make myself a flyer. Should probably hook this up to the base. But actually, how much power does this thing have? How long can it just run like this? 2 or 3 days? No. I can't be bothered plugging that in. It'll be fine. Aerodynamic flight. The planes are really fun. To my mind, would I want them to work more on making their fluid simulation better so that you could actually play water engineers? Or would you want them to work on the aerodynamics? And if they get their fluid thing working properly, could that be the basis of aerodynamics? I think the way that they're approaching it at the moment, it's not necessarily applicable to that, even though from a, you know, general perspective, it should be, but I don't think it is from what I've seen of it. Well, I kind of like the idea of being able to generate power from fluids that you move from one place to another. Like, if they can make a game where a water wheel works as a real water wheel, that's pretty cool. Aerodynamics equals fluid dynamics in the real world. In a simulated world, it doesn't necessarily. The descriptions that Jan, I do not know how to correctly pronounce his last name, Hlushek or something, have been posting on Twitter, makes me think that it's not necessarily going to be applicable to aerodynamics. Paddle wheel spaceships when. Exactly. That's exactly what I was imagining. I'm like, okay, if we can use paddle wheels, if we can make water wheels to generate power, if we can do that, then I see a point in adding water to the game. Hey, Elemental. Thanks for the 200 bits. How's it going? Space Mark Twain. Why not park? I don't know, because I was talking to you guys, so I was just kind of doing things without really thinking about them. I was literally just wandering back and forth, collecting stuff while I was thinking of the stuff we were talking about just then. I wasn't actually thinking about anything related to what I was doing. It was mindless activity. Whenever you see me running back and forth doing stuff that I could use a truck for, or a welding ship or whatever, it's usually because I'm thinking of something else. It's not because I'm actively thinking of what I'm doing and I'm choosing to do something really dumb. It is entirely because I'm not thinking at all about what I'm doing. Ew, I'm very full. Yeah, Guardian, that'd be cool. First thought with fluid is making shocks or contraptions utilizing closed liquid systems for hydraulic pressure. Now, from one of the posts that Jan made recently, the water that they've been working on for V-Rage 3 is a compressible fluid. So in theory, just by using the compressible fluid aspect of it, that could work. Because the compressible fluid generates force against stuff. It was how they were going to create a feeling of pressure at depth underwater. It's how they were going to simulate that without having to actually do any more layers to that. Alright. I have been doing this so mindlessly I haven't even checked what's in this thing. Is there anything I actually need to transfer now? No. Okay. Let's make a flyer. So I can scout a few things. So I'm going to need to bring the crane over, I think. Actually, this one needs 5, this one needs 6. We're going to do the top one. Oh yeah! I should probably move just the whole cargo container over with the forklift. Yeah, that would make sense. Why are my wheels on the forklift so wonky? Odd. Alright, here goes. Functional battery. DIY air cannons. Yeah, I have had so much fun with air cannons in Stationeers. So, yes, count me in for homemade air cannons. Space Engineers, punkin' chunkin'. Oh, wrong control. I don't remember how many cells that large grid one that's smoking over there needs. Go check. It needs 5. Let's lift this up. This can be a bit of a starter platform. Alright. Basically want to build something as lightweight as possible so it has the longest flight time I can possibly give it. So I want to add this little thing probably just as it is. Maybe to the front end of the battery, and then I'll add the big thruster as my lifting thruster. I should see if I've got enough motors to repair it first, actually. Looks like I might. Gonna need to separate all these, so can I drag that out? Can I push that out? Pushed it in here. I was just thinking I should probably weld these up and make sure I have enough parts for all of them before I get too excited about this flyer idea. That is a lot of motors. Looks like I might be going alright. Nice. Okay. Solid. I'm happy. Oh, cool. I can drag single thrusters around. That's nice. Can't pick them up, though. Or can I? No. That actually works okay. That means I can break that off and drag it. Wait. Said drag it. Come on. Yeah, man. So what's the bet that at some point I am going to grind through the floor, drop these on the ground, and it's going to be a major pain to pick them up? Does anyone else see that happening? Because I see that happening. It's like he's taking his stubborn dog for a walk. This is what it was like walking one of my Saint Bernards when I was a kid. He would just be like, seriously, you want me to go walking? Yeah, I don't think so. I am going to lie down now, and you are not going to be able to move the 65 kilos of me anywhere. Have fun with that. Okay. I want to put a connector on this, because obviously it's going to need to be able to recharge. Might just put it directly under the battery, because I don't want this thing to carry any cargo. I literally just want it to be scout for maximum use of its power, because obviously recharging is not super easy in my current scenario. I have ignored some wind turbines that I could have brought back, but yeah, this should just be a pure scouting vehicle. This battery's gaining charge. Yes. Good. I need to bring the crane in now. Try and slap some of these bits on. Connector out of the way. Yeah, I'm so glad to have created a casual feeling scenario. After all those years making ACS and all the combat related stuff, and after Survival Unlikely, I was like, yeah, combat's awesome, and then I went, oh wait. In making all these combat related things, I've actually learned the things I need to make something that's not combat. Something that's slower pace. And honestly, I think it's better for it. Okay, that just shone a light on that battery, which means I probably don't own it. Which is going to be really annoying. Oh well. I can still take power out of a battery I don't own. Just means I can't turn it on to recharge. How much power it's generating? I don't know. However much power you get from 6 wind turbines. Oh yeah, I probably could just drop this on a connector and then build around it, couldn't I? Not a bad idea. Easier. Because that'll also mean that the battery keeps getting more charge. It is pretty close to full charge at the moment, though. No, so putting the base battery on discharge just means that it doesn't accept new charge. It doesn't force the power out of it the way that recharge forces power in. I should have taken ownership of the battery before I rebuilt it, because now that I've built it, for me to take ownership of it, I would destroy some power cells. But if I'd taken control of it before I rebuilt it, then I would have been fine. So I did a dumb. I didn't realize I didn't own it already. Yeah, I've got excess power. The downside of not being able to turn that on to recharge is that when it runs out, it'll only get a slow trickle charge, rather than me being able to go steal all the battery power from the base and fill up quickly. There's no hole in my rover floor. Oh, this bit. Yeah. Huh. How'd that happen? I think this is the point where we blame Kavak. See, when people were talking about a hole in the floor before, I thought they were talking about the hangar floor, not this bit. I was confused. Yep. Yeah, so when a battery is taking power from another battery, you lose 20% of the power that was in the first battery when transferring it to another one. So there is a significant power loss. However, when you're taking power from your base and putting it onto something mobile, that power loss is often worth it for the time save in being able to get back into that vehicle because it's now fully charged. Could put a poll to let us vote to see if you can admin tool to take ownership of the battery. We'll see if it becomes a problem. I'm gonna own my mistake for now, because that was a mistake. I do know better than that. Like that's something I should have known not to do. It's an annoying aspect of Space Engineers that we have no other way of doing it, but it's kind of part of the playstyle, I think. So I'm going to wear it on the chin and see what happens. But if it ends up being something that's going to slow down the stream massively, then I'll get you guys to vote on it. But since the battery's basically fully charged at the moment, yeah, it's almost completely charged. It's 91%. I don't have enough power cells to take the hit on the power cells, even with a level 1 grinder. Because there's every chance I'll grind 2, and then this flyer is impossible, because I've only got 1 left. Still feel like that is... Seriously? Okay. I'm going to have to do something about this crane control. It is actually getting in the way a lot, thanks to my railing. My walkway. Alright. Now all I need to do is lift up my control bit so it doesn't hit onto my new catwalk. Alright. Spinny, spinny, spin. Or, you know, turn very, very slowly. Would it be worth investing in some hydraulic stabilizers? I haven't needed them yet, surprisingly. I haven't, like, the crane truck is obviously a little bit rocky and bouncy and stuff, but it hasn't actually looked like tipping over while I've been using it. Turns out I've actually made something fairly stable. That's surprising that's that my sound. Yes, the trailer does have some pistons, but I decided, for those who were around and remember it, I did decide that I was going to not use landing gear to stabilize the crane. If I wanted to stabilize the crane, I was going to have to use just blocks resting on the ground, and so I would have to push stuff out to the side. Because that felt more fair and more fun. More fun is probably what I'm trying to say. No, I do want that higher up. Oh, maybe I can get around from here. No, need that there, that there. No, wait. What am I doing? It should go there. Because what I want is to avoid having my large thruster going straight where my connector is. Right, let's see if I can get that hooked up. Sure, this camera is going to be super helpful. Yeah, no, it's not. Okay, I need to move I need to move the forklift. It's right in the wrong spot. It's exactly where it's most annoying. Although, is it? Maybe it's not. Aha. Maybe I can use the forklift to attach this. Because the thrust is now pretty much upright. So if I come around and grab it with the forklift from the crane, I should just be able to drive this into position. It'll be quicker. Plus it utilizes the forklift some more. Well, I mean, one of my solutions here was going to be build a gantry crane. So there was another crane that I was wanting to build. But I built the forklift first, because it seemed more useful. Which was probably the right thing to do. Down a bit. Some birds go by. Yeah, crane number 2, I think, will be more like what I built in Survival Impossible. Something where I am trying to get some interesting style in the actual crane elements. Okay. I need to straighten up a lot more, and I need to get the crane out of the way. Basically, something that can achieve the same articulation as this one, but can do so while looking good. Because this does look spindly and a bit meh. I can make it better. Do you just have a thought, though, that I wonder if I can make doable? There we go, locked. What if I had a way to bend at the elbow? So sideways at the elbow. Would that ever be useful? Or would that just be asking for trouble? Oh, the thruster's fine. Because this is a small grid directly connected to a static grid, this thruster won't turn itself on. It's fine. It'll only do that if it was a subgrid. So we got nothing to worry about there, which is good. I go here and I go control panel thruster. Current usage 2 watts. That is not going to matter. 2 watts is so close to nothing. A single light uses 60. Because apparently we don't have LEDs. Still using incandescents. Oh, nope. That's the one I wanted to move. Alright, let's grab a thruster. So we've got 4 thrusters to add for the directional control. Where do I want them first, actually? Do side to side on top of that. Oh, in fact, that's probably a better way to do this. Maybe I can link all these thrusters together in the way that I want them, and then just slap them on as a single piece. That would probably be better. Like if I join those two up like that, that's my left-right. And then my forward-back could be... if I put, say, a couple of blocks on top and then I put them facing backwards and forwards on that. And if I put that far enough in front of the battery, I can just drop that whole thing on in one go, saving me having to manipulate 4 separate thrusters into place. How far do I need it to be in front so I don't cook my own battery? Or... no, I don't need to worry about cooking my own battery if I lift it up 1 block. If I lifted it up so that the front backwards was going over the battery, and then there should be plenty of clearance before the thruster. Then I can just have a side-mounted cockpit. That should do the trick. Alright. Merge block time. Apparently I didn't own that thruster properly. Working smarter, not harder. Yeah. The other thing I could probably do for the front-back thrusters, instead of worrying about the width, would be putting these out to the side and then just attaching them on the sides. That would probably work smarter. Balance isn't a thing in Space Engineers flyers, so you don't have to worry about that. Having a side-mounted cockpit is just cool-ish, sometimes. Then bring that out a little bit. Apparently it won't let me place it there, so I'll put it up here and then I'll knock it over. Then I should be able to get the forklift around and use it to connect this up. And I might even be able to use the forklift to get this on top. As much as I enjoy using the crane, using it in the hangar is actually quite annoying. It's... the roof really gets in the... Whoa, wait. Yep. I will try not to forget the 2 gyros as well. That's a good reminder. I can probably attach the gyros to this little contraption on the floor. Do it all in one go. Hopefully even lift it all up with the forklift as well. Nope, go down. The door has opened. Toby just entered the room wearing an Easter outfit. I'm biased, but he looks cute. Come on, lock. There we go. Done. And then I do this. Down that. That. Put a merge going the other way. Then I can put the other thruster on. Especially if I push this around and make it so I can access that side, which I wouldn't be able to. Although I would do worry that pushing this around, I'm going to tip it over and then I'm going to have to fix it up, and that's going to be really annoying. Come on, thruster. Come with me. Come on. There we go. Boop. So it should be becoming somewhat more obvious what my plan is here. So we'll have forward, backwards, left, right on this little module. I'll go and grab the gyros with the forklift after this, add them on, and then slap it on the front, slap a control seat on, and I've got a fully functional flying machine that I can go and scout stuff, which means I can go turn back. I can turn on the you guys getting me to do the chat command to spawn things, because then I can just immediately go and check them out. Especially if I attach this flyer to the crane truck. So if it takes up a spot on the trailer or something like that, that could be really useful, because then I can use it while I'm out and about as well. Yes, I will remember to clear away the old spawns. Because currently, I don't think the command would actually spawn anything. I think there's so much near my base that the command won't actually spawn anything. Part of me does want to just fly around for a bit, though, and see if there's some new stuff I can spot. Oh! I need to put a searchlight on the flyer. Assuming it won't just point at its own battery the whole time. There we go. Thruster module connected. This is an offline thing with mods that have not been published yet, so it's actually impossible to play it in multiplayer. I would have to publish the mods to play it in multiplayer, so it's been single player the whole time. Thinking that that mag plate I accidentally ground off the trailer, I'm thinking of putting a connector there for this. I feel like that could be a valid spot for it. Especially since I haven't replaced that yet. Oop, oop. No! Oh, I'm gonna have to fix that. Of course I was gonna do that. Hey, you want to tip back this way if I put enough weight on you? Huh? 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 No. 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 Ooh, maybe. 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 And let's do this. Nope. It's not going to let me do that, so that's fine. That. And that. And that. There we go. We're back! It's like nothing ever happened. There were several comments on the last VOD of this wondering when, due to sleep deprivation from small child, I was going to end up doing a thing that was reminiscent of the time in Survival Maybe when I had issues with the goose. There we go, we have our answer. That when is then. That'll do. Because the goose was a result of me recording after, I think at the time I was at the end of a full week of night shifts. So I'd done 7 13-hour nights in a row and then decided to record an episode of Survival Maybe. And yeah, it went poorly in terms of me doing stupid things. But entertainingly in terms of creating a situation that was memorable. Go. Oh yeah, I could have put the mergers on top. Maybe. I don't know that the gyros would actually slot in So I think this will do. I'm okay with this. Because I'll put a cockpit on top of that and it'll look fine. Alright. So I think merge block. Let's have a look. If I go... Maybe merge on top. Oh, that is not on top. Merge on top and then merge on top of the battery. Get rid of that thing I started building. Yeah, I don't think the gyros would actually allow themselves to squeeze in between the thrusters, annoyingly. I could get it one block closer, but I'm happy enough. Sometimes, even though the collision is awkward, you can get stuff to snap in anyway. But sometimes, instead of snapping, they explode. So there are risks. Not all the time. Blammo does not always mean fun for the audience. Blammo sometimes means pain. Because it's like, we were about to do something fun and then stuff explodes and then now I can't do the fun things. So it's like, oh, now we have to do all of that again. Delightful. Don't know if these thrusters are going to allow me to place it around the battery. Actually, I might need to move that merge block another block forward. Don't think there's a limit to how many GPSs you can have saved. I mean, I imagine there's a absolute limit when your hard drive runs out of space to store the points. But given they're just text points, I imagine that's an excessive number. Beyond the realms of reality. There we go. It's done. Effectively. Put the camera on. Oh, there's a sensor on there. I'm not going to grind that off. I'm just going to leave that. Okay, so now what I want to do is drive the crane back up so that I can walk up to that again. Yes, my ramp is down. Enemy ramp is down. Gyro is on override. It is. Good point. They both are. Thank you for the reminder. That could have been spectacularly disastrous. Oof. That would have been so bad. Oof. Yeah. Nice little simple layout. I think one of the halves decided to freeze me. It's somewhat cool this morning. When she came to show me Toby, she just left the door to my shed open. Now I'm getting kind of cold. I'm gonna have to fix that in a sec. It's really kind of cold. Searchlight. There we go. Yeah, my PCs are the heater in my room. My PC's me, and when Charlie decides that she'll grace me with her presence, Charlie. I'm gonna go regular cockpit for this one. Which regular cockpit, though? Just a regular cockpit. What do I want to go with? Control seat. Yeah, I'll go control seat. I haven't made one of these in ages. Yeah, I'm not attempting to get those merge blocks back. Nope. Nah. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Nah. I'm not fussed about them staying there. Yeah, I think this will look nice. Pop that there. And I have a functional flyer. Let's name the connector. What shall I name this slapdash contraption? Skeeto. I feel it looks like one of those swamp boats. What are the swamp boats called? Hot seat. Sure, hot seat. I'll do. Oh, airboat, that's what they are. Well, that's not fun. They're called tetanus. Ugh. Nope. 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 There we go. Now I can find it. Oh, before I get too far ahead of myself, let's quickly go grab stuff to make a small connector. Slap it on the trailer. Middle here. Now what I'm going to do is quickly go park this to connect it to the base so that those batteries keep charging. And then I'll grab the flyer and go and search for... I'm going to do a quick flight around, see if I spot anything. And then I'll come back and hopefully be able to clear up a few of the pink spawns out there. Yeah, probably will need some method to get on board the flyer, won't I? The hot seat. Okay, that's done. No, I won't be able to steal power from the rover to power the flyer. Because I stupidly didn't take control of the battery before I rebuilt it, I am unable to control the settings on the battery of the flyer. So it's kind of stuck. It can only gain charge when I'm back at base and I'm getting charge from the base. And as I've not... Like, unless I start operating hydrogen engines on the truck. Because I have not found any small grid solar panels. I actually can't remember whether there are any to be found. That's probably something that should be corrected. Please don't explode. That was not good. Yeah, Takari, that's not how ownership works. You can only change the state of the battery if the battery doesn't have any computers in it. But because the battery has computers, it retains ownership no matter how much else on the grid I own. Let's just make sure the thrusters are on. No thrust override. Should be able to take off, I hope. Hooray! Yay! Alright, so what I need is a couple of things. We need to have thrusters all in a group. We need to have the reverse thrust. There we go. Switch lock. We have groups. Thrusters. Toggle block on off. When we can eventually... Ooh, maybe I can... Ooh! Oh, no, I can't control it. For the moment, I still can't control that. That's okay. Then we have our reverse thrust over here. Cool. It's my standard... This is attempting to be my new standard control layout for flying grids that I've been reasonably good at using in assertive acquisitions. Oh, you're welcome, J-Man. Yeah, there are plenty of mods out there that will help me fix ownership, but I'm not playing with those mods. Because those mods were going to cause a different balance to how things ended up playing out. To what I intended. Alright, let's just check. Power cell. I have one. Yep. Put a ladder on the back of the big thruster. That could be a way to climb on board it, actually. Grab the ladder from the ground, climb on top of the thruster, walk across it, get in the seat. Maybe. Alright. We'll go for the test flight in this in just a second. First, though, I need to take a bio break and close my door because I'm getting really cold. My legs are getting really cold. I'll be right back. Ah, and back. Alright. Oh, huh. Could you hear the rattling the whole time I was gone, playing over the top of the music? Oops. Oopsie. My bad. Ah. That works. Looks weird, but it works. Alright. Let's go find some things. Oh, actually. Searchlight. Smoke neutrals. 100 meters. Let's go. I have 2 hours of flight-ish. Maybe an hour of flight. It's pretty good. Oh, no. Idle movement off. I definitely need that off. Yeah, true, I probably don't need both gyros on. It's a bit overpowered for me. My tastes. An antenna and a remote on this thing. You don't want to end with it stuck up in the air. Yeah, that could be a problem. I don't think I've saved an antenna block anywhere though. Here we go, here's a thing. Here's a couple of things. For some reason my searchlight doesn't want to focus on them. Anyway, I think it was possibly looking at one of the fences. Alright, let's go check out what's inside. My dampeners are off, so... Ooh, programmable block. Alright. Slash GPS. PB small... Whoa, PB small grid. You'll always have the option to shoot it down if it gets stuck. Yep. Yep. That's true. Yeah, this is potentially going to be incredibly useful, being able to fly in this thing. I could have flown much earlier, I'd reckon, but... Ooh, is there anything good in that? Anything good in that dumpster? But part of me is glad I waited until I had thrust for safer flight, rather than helicopter-style flight. Got rotor, a bunch of tubes, so nothing too great in there. Is that just a... yeah, that's just a conveyor. Okay. I guess I'll put this down as a GPS anyway. GPS... tower? It's home. Home's that way. Let's keep going. Yep, have found a couple of my cranes. Some accidentally overspawned. But yes, have found. What's this over here? Why isn't my searchlight targeting this thing? That's here. It's a pipe section. There should be more, but maybe I'll just pink this one so I know to delete it. Searchlight isn't targeting things. No, I set the searchlight to target neutrals. I specifically went in there unless it didn't save the setting. Yeah, target neutrals. Set it to target friends as well, just... Oh, I don't want friends. Yeah, I don't know why. It's odd. Very odd. BNet, if you're running a server for this, I would expect that if you're expecting to be able to run a server for this for a group, you're either happy to manually delete stuff or you know how to use Torch and its cleanup stuff. I'm not going to force people to have a specific style of cleanup for this. There are so many different tools out there that are already quite good for that. I don't think I need to be involved in doing that sort of stuff. The reason for me just using the pink is so I don't have to keep switching back and forth between creative mode and I can do all the deletions in one go. What else we got? Spot anything down there? What's that down there? That is something. What is that something? Oh, oh! We have a sight. Let's go to the thing. 4.5 k's away. Something good. And then I can come back to this valley and mark that thing that I just deviated from. Yo. Looks like it might just be a billboard. Of course. Doing old man Capac coughs. Does this billboard have anything useful? Is a no. Sometimes a vehicle might spawn near it. But this is not. What does this one say? Lit. Okay. A few hours late and he has competition for the ugly duckling. This does have some similarities to the ugly duckling, although this one does have the large thruster instead. Where was it down here? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it might be a fallen over thing. do wish that my searchlight would target things, because it's going to make it a lot easier to find stuff. Actually, this looks like a fallen over crane. Where's the rest of the settlement? Or is this a crane that I left behind? This could be a crane I left behind. Nope, it is not in the ground. Anything good in that? Oh, 5 metal grids, I'll take those. Probably should have checked if there was anything in the cargo. Oh well. Ooh, speaking of cargo. I think this is the one that spawns broken. This one. Nope. Ba-do. Nope. Don't need to GPS that. The counterweight on that one specifically doesn't have anything. I do remember. Annoyingly. I think. Could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I used the one with the large grid counterweight. Actually, it could be a battery. Oh, something down there. Search capabilities from flight. It's amazing. No, there's not. There should not be any impact from any of the blocks I have on the grid as to whether the searchlight's working. I don't know why it's not searching for stuff. It feels like it's locked on to something. And not searching for some reason. Like it feels like it's gotten itself stuck and is now just not functioning. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I'm going to park away from that because that looks like it might be stuck in the ground. Uh-huh. Yep. That happened. Totally called it. Wonder if I did something silly. I definitely intended to... Oh, abandoned settlement, 4.83 k's that way. So that's GPS 4.8. Much easier with the flyer to go check those out. I definitely started at least one of these spawning higher. I don't know if I got all of them to stop that from happening. No, nothing on board. Okay. It's possible that's an old spawn from before I did it. So it's like stuck on it. It's not even pointing at the battery, which is weird. Oh, something else over there. I'm going to go to the thing that I haven't marked. That I haven't got a GPS telling me to go to. I think if it was on a subgrid, then yes, the searchlight would definitely be distracted by the battery, but because it's on the same grid, it shouldn't be. But I wonder if that's what's breaking all of its targeting anyway. Got another programmable block. Yeah. Cool. Attempt to line this up again. Searchlight just briefly moved and then stopped again. No, I turned off idle movement. It's not idle movement. I don't think the sensor's in the way either, because I did have it doing stuff. There we go. It's targeted something. It's finally tracking something. And it was something I would have missed without it, so it did something useful. Yay! That also looks like it could be a larger... No, that's a survival kit. I have to say, that looks like it could be a battery, but it's not. My sense of scale was off. Appears to have been a collision that took place between these two vehicles. Anything in them? No engine. No engine. And no medical components. I don't have any use for you, because I've got more survival grids back at base. I mean, survival kits back at base. Arguably the beacon would be useful, but I have hopes of finding... I think an antenna would be more useful, and I do have radio communication components. I just don't have an antenna block. What's over here? See anything off to the sides? I do not. That was weird. I don't know why the searchlight just decided to stop working and now, similarly confusingly, decided to start working. Ooh. This looks like it is a small grid large container. I think. Just walk straight past the door. It is. Oh, that's a turret. That is an active turret. Ah! No! Bad! I was trying to be sneaky and take out the floor block. Took out the whole wall. Donk. As you can see, while I was mean enough to put a couple of turrets in some things, they don't have much ammo. And this doesn't have much power. Okay. This GPS. Large cargo container. Small grid. Where am I in relation to base? Okay, let's keep going this way. See what else we might find. I need to get rid of those distance GPSs though. Is the 1.85 thing the vehicles I just went past? Should be, yeah. I want to find something big like a hangar. Actually, I really just want to find... I want to find one of my bigger trucks that are in this. I haven't found one of them on stream yet. I'll have to check at the end of this stream whether I actually got them in the spawn. Pretty sure I do, but there are a lot of vehicles, so it's rare for you to get a specific one. I think I need to reduce the frequency of some of the ones that I've got multiple variants of, which means I'm getting lots of that particular vehicle. Yeah, I haven't found the planes either. Looks like it might be something. It is not a tree. I do wish we had a small grid, low caliber weapon. Like small caliber weapon, like the interior turret. I think it would add a lot to our options for combat and ways to make things interesting without having to go large grid. Speaking of hangars, I was right, this was a thing. New hat! It's a rusted out turret on a battery that's intact. And we've got some medical components and an unlucky dude with my rifle. Wait, oh no, that's in the weapon rack. Hey. That truck has an engine in it. It's got lights on, but I think it's batteries. Yeah, it's just batteries. Nuts. Yeah. Yep, slash GPS, hangar. With truck. Sure, why not? That works. Still haven't found the blocks I'm looking for. So the stuff that I'm really searching for right now, I need to, like, I'm looking for hydrogen thrust and I'm looking for power cells. And I haven't found either of those things. So, guess we keep looking. Zoom, zoom, zoom. That looks like a pink thing in the distance. If there's anything down here. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, the big battery is intact, but I do have a fair few batteries at home. What is that? That's a rock. It's a funny looking rock. Grey rock on this terrain. Not the... Oh, because it's technically on the green grass, which is why it's the grey, not the other colour. Oh, 2Ks. Got a thing. We have a target. We have a squirrel. What does our squirrel contain? Ooh, okay. Please have an engine, please have an engine, please have an engine. No! Oh, I really want those power cells. Poop. Poop, poop, poop. Yeah, I've got quite a few cargo containers at home. I'm comfortable on those now. I'm not worried about finding medium cargoes anymore. It's the nature of games that encourage you to hoard, is eventually you stop needing certain things and you're looking for different stuff. What is the thing down in this valley? Getting a hint of pink from it, which makes me think I've already been to it. Oh, I should have checked for stuff in the container. Is this the crane that I went to? Is this the downed crane? No, no, that's not. That's a different pink. That's a Jexam pink. Ooh. That could be very useful. In theory, yes, this thing could carry scrap. In practice, I don't want to use the power on it to carry scrap. We have our first plane wreck with large atmo thruster. And any other thrusters? Huh? Huh? Don't think so. But it does have an intact engine, which is going to give me a power cell. So I am happy about that. Yes, this is from Wrong Way Up, yes. I loved Jex's plane designs so much I wanted to include them in this mod. That one doesn't have any power cells. This one? No. It's just the one power cell. Still, that's one more power cell than I came down here with. Slash GPS. Atmo. Large Atmo. Small grid. Yeah, I can build turrets and weapons and stuff. They're so easy to get destroyed that I didn't want players to not have them. Oh, that is a good find. Oh, hello. There's another hangar. Hello. This could be something good too. At present, no, the planes cannot spawn in the hangars because the hangars, none of them are designed to fit something as big as the planes. I would need to do another design of hangar that is the only one that can hold it, sort of thing. Which I may do in the future, but I haven't done yet. Okay, what have we got in here? Truck with a medium cargo in it. A mostly stripped out engine. Oh man, dry throat. That's a medium cargo in the back there. But that is a large grid small cargo, or two of them, in fact. So that'll be worth travelling here for. And a large grid engine, and a large grid small hydrogen tank. So, some of you who've been watching this series religiously would have noticed that I've been to this particular hangar spawn before, and last time I came here, this was intact. This was intact, and there was a battery here, and there were, like, it was like, this is like the ultimate spawn, I've got everything, sort of thing. So I've ground down a few of the blocks, and it's now a little less generous. But still awesome, because that's another small hydrogen tank, which I will want to bring home. Plus the 2 solar panels. Slash GPS, hangar... Fortunately, the engine is not intact, so there's no power cell to grab there. Oh, this is going to make it heaps better for moving around with the truck. It's so much better. There's no battery on this one. Or if there is a battery, it's ground down. There's a vent, a pair of vents over here. But the power that's supplying that light is coming from the solar panels up there. I'm not going to worry too much about checking for loot, because I'm going to come back with my truck. Grab all the loot when I do my big round trip. I'm so happy I can do the scouting with this thing now. So how much quicker is it? And because I can travel so far with this, I'll cause more spawns as well. Oh, something. Oh yeah, there might have been a small grid battery in the engine bay of that truck, yeah. Those don't excite me super much. Whoa. What's down here? Yeah, so scout with this ship and then bring the truck over to actually collect stuff. For maximum power efficiency. And no engine. But 3 thrusters. Hello. Slash GPS. Small atmo. Small grid. Times 3. There's something else down over here. Yes, I can land the scout ship on the trailer. That's actually its only parking spot right now. So my idea would be if something spawns while I'm out and about collecting stuff with the truck, I can go and investigate it and then go back to the truck. Which probably means I want a beacon on the truck. Need to make sure the truck has a beacon. I think it does have a beacon, actually. Oh. Nothing too exciting there for my stage of the game. Earlier on, that would have been exciting because power, but not too fussed about it now. This valley shall henceforth be known as the Valley of Ooh! shiny. Yes. Indeed, I suppose. Looks like there's something over there. Might just be power poles, I'm not sure. Fact. Getting increasingly convinced that is just power poles, but this isn't. This is something else. Is downed wind turbine and shed. Oh, and I think that's a bit of highway over there. What's the shed got? The shed has an atmo thruster. And not much else. Okay. Atmo. Smoke. Yeah. Let's go over to the thing. Because those are definitely power poles over there. I can now see them clearly. We're going to find on the highway. Yeah. Stupid me not taking ownership of the battery before I used it. It was a bit daft. What do we got? A jalopy with a cargo in the back. We have another large atmo thruster. Do we have anything in the engine compartment? Nope. Okay. I'm finding all of the thrusters today. To be fair, I've been to a lot of grids. Large atmo. Small grid. I think it's not so much that I need more car models, it's that the jalopy has more variants and I haven't balanced the variants for spawn yet, so you'll see more jalopies than other things. That's kind of the main reason you see lots of them. Yeah, there are scrap military vehicles. They're rarer though, because I didn't want this to be military scrap. I wanted it to be civilian scrap. There is something down there in this valley. Looks like another highway section. The annoyance of not taking ownership of the battery before using it is that I can't set it to recharge. And because I can't easily rebuild it, that means that I can only recharge at the pace that stuff like my wind turbines can push power into it. That is a pair of cryopods. So we've got some medical components which I could just grab. Anything else? That'd be a no. Wheel randomly over there. Probably from that truck that's off the other side. Alright. I might paint this one pink. However, as a little vignette of a thing, I'm kind of happy with how the trucks ended up tipped off the side and the other ones smashed up the top. Yeah, why not? Let's go down the valley a bit further, see if there's anything. But I'll fly high enough up that I can see the sides too. What craft is this? A wheelchair for aliens? It lacks the wheels, but it has the chair. This is my couch surfer. There is no mod list because I haven't released the mods, so a list of them would be somewhat less than useful. It's not particularly good knowing what mods there are if you can't use them. Alright, doesn't look like there's anything down in the valley. Here on the sides, no. Power line, tower, and a few others along here. Still think those are one of my most thematic builds that I managed to put together. Bunch of pink stuff in front of me, so let's not go that way. Let's check out this. Over here. You shouldn't require DLCs for this, because I'm generating the blocks, not the player. In fact, I'm stopping you from building most things, like even more than what not having the DLCs would stop you from doing. And Keen are fairly kind about that stuff in that they don't mind mods spawning in DLC blocks. Anything in the bin? No. Any shelf B? Shelf A, shelf A. No. No. Let's check on this shed and this vehicle. This vehicle has just a medium cargo and a hydrogen tank, an engine that's not got anything in it. This doesn't really have much. I'm going to mark this place anyway because there's often stuff in the GPS service station. I'll mark it because there's often stuff in the lockers and things, so I can collect that when I come back with my truck. So I've nearly circumnavigated. Like, my idea was just to kind of fly around the home base at this sort of range and see what I spotted. I've nearly gone all the way around. And I get to the truck to these places. I think so. The good thing about having a GPS of where something specifically is that I can then deviate and find a path down into the valleys to find those things. To find a path to those things. If I'm uncertain that I'm actually going to get something, going to the effort of driving down into the valleys feels a lot less worthwhile. But knowing something's there and exactly where it is, I'll totally drive down. Check out this valley. Our absurd base there. Hopefully I don't go close enough to get shot at. At least shot at and hit. I mean, obviously, if there's something up on this mesa up here, or oh no, I can get. This isn't a mesa. This is a reachable spot. No, I have no plans on putting thrusters on the truck to fly it. It has so many subgrids, I do not plan on taking off ever. Doesn't look like there's too much going on down here. Notice any new spawns either. It's mostly trees, indeed. What's that? Oh, boulder. I was seeing through. I think I've used up about half of the battery. It's probably time to head home. Do some modifications to the crane and then go around and pick all this stuff up. Serenity, the Willis ducts seem to be useful as ducts. I imagine they are mostly going to be useful as ducts, and that's kind of it. Also, I think what I'm seeing here might be that block I threw, because I remember throwing it from one of those service stations. The fact that the Willis ducts are off-center means I suspect they will take damage if you put them in front of a thruster. Be worth testing, though. How do I feel about people using words I use regularly in their daily life? Well, your example of blammo is actually Capac's fault. Because he made me start saying that. Oh yeah, our mothership will totally have the ducts throughout it. They'll be it looks like they may be useful as a way to get access to certain blocks, because there were some pictures of it that looked like they had holes in the sides. Hopefully you can actually get your welder through that to focus on a block. So that would be very handy. Because then they're actually useful as repair ducts. Also, I think I've done a dumb. I feel like having this connector at the front of the trailer is a mistake, because then my crane has to reach over the top of this. So I probably want to move that connector down to the back. Put it towards the front of the truck instead of the front of the trailer. Yeah, that's potentially a valid option. I don't really have room up the front, though. That little hop from the trailer there is why is why I've got the turn thrusters off command right next to the lock my connector command. There we go. Get rid of that. Pop that there. There we go. Now that's replaced. Alright. Now I can start thinking about what I'm going to do to make the crane look a bit nicer. Look a bit more complete. Are there any critical blocks I want to actually add to this thing? Don't think so. Mainly it'll be replacing the actual crane control setup and things. Is the main stuff I want to do. The other part, I guess, is something I mentioned last week, which was to build some supports for the catwalks so they don't just look like they're floating there. Which does require flipping some of the blocks around so that I can build stuff onto the bottom of them. On the side. What want I do with them? Too many things. Too many things, not enough me. Ah, it does have a beacon, actually. It's called Starter Rover. So, yes, it has a beacon. The name is technically accurate. This was built off my Starter Rover to some extent. So I can see a bit better around here. Oh, I really want to jump onto the bull bar. Let me on the bull bar. No. Jump from the other side then. Fine. Nope. I think the catwalk keeps rejecting me. I think I'm just going to do something simple like this. Oh. That doesn't work. Move button. Crane sounds decidedly unhappy. It's okay. They just jiggle. I don't know why. They just like to jiggle. It's not actually breaking anything. And I've never had them, like, clang out from this position, but, yeah, they're just not happy. Okay. Yep. Let's, grab... regular rust. Bit of a let's go Dr. Grey like that. I'll try and paint this thing a little bit now. It's mostly the wheels that are unhappy here, actually. It's not the crane, it's the wheels. The wheels keep jiggling back and forth. I wonder if I turn the handbrake off. There we go. Fixed. The first time I made a miner and truck according to the design you did in your tutorial series, then I found out I could fly the empty truck with the miner to the mining spots. I mean, yeah. That, to me, seems like a really sensible way to do things. You have a really strong lift on your mining vehicle, fly the whole lot there, and then when you load up the truck with too much to carry back, you just drive back. Actually, I can see me doing that on purpose. Even though in that case it was an accident. Starting to bring some color in, some variation in here. I'll bring some color in as I work along. No, never. Haven't looked at Everspace 2. I saw Shaq was playing it this morning, but yeah, I haven't had a look at it. I don't really know what it is. I never played Everspace, so I'm pretty sure I've looked at Everspace at some point in the distant past, but I don't remember what it was either. To be completely honest about any of it, yeah, it's. Why do I sometimes jump so far? Elemental. Honestly, you will never see me redesign the booze bus on stream. That is a ship that is now resigned to the past. Much as sometimes I get in a mood where I'm like, I'd like to redesign that, the reality is it'll be fun for about a few minutes, then it's like, actually, I'd rather just build something new. Place the thing. Why are you like this? You're gonna have to go up to the top to get to place that down. I haven't fixed anything to make the paint gun mod work at this stage. It's on the to-do list, but it hasn't been done. Because obviously the paint gun mod should just be vanilla. It's a better painting technique and fits in with survival better. It's like straight up, Digi did such an awesome job on that. It should just be vanilla, I reckon. And I'm far from the only person who thinks that. Get rid of that bit. But yeah, it's one of those things. It makes painting into a survival mechanic in a way that actually enhances the usefulness of painting. Like, the amount of use it gives for gravel, I think, is so minimal it doesn't really matter. But the mod as a whole is just great. I've used it for so many years now. I mean, yeah. Why not? Similar thing this end. You've had a day or so to reflect. What's your thoughts on the Twitch integration test? It pretty much went as expected. Except I made it further than I thought I was going to. I didn't anticipate making it that far. I thought I was going to get wiped out sooner. But yeah, it went pretty much as expected, and in a lot of ways that's a good thing because it means that the plans that Nev and I had already talked about... Oh, man. The plans that Nev and I had already talked about making the poles and stuff for the mod, for the integration, are exactly what I think we should do. Like, having chat be able to do stuff as a pole as opposed to having it be just using channel points, I think will make a big difference to how fun it is. And also, we again confirmed how terrible weather is in streamed content. Because, wow, was it bad when I couldn't see anything? I think one of the situations where, say, having a having the bad weather and limiting your visibility could be fun, would be if climbs speed, as in like the movie speed mod, still works, where you basically can't drop below a certain speed, making it quite dangerous to keep driving when you're in that bad weather. Then it becomes exciting because you literally have to figure out a way to keep going fast. Yeah, exactly, Nev. Coming up with stuff that's fun to trigger and not just punishing is the real challenge. And that's doable within the limitations of what space engineers can do. And I honestly think that's possibly been a big part of what's held back people from creating integration mods in the past. Is figuring out what you can actually do that's worth doing. My Keanu or is Capac? Well, Capac will be the dude that's asleep on the back of the bus and doesn't realize anything's happened until after the bus has stopped and he's not at his... where he was supposed to get off. That'd be Capac. I mean, in the real world, that has actually been me, where I've fallen asleep on a bus and ended up not where I was supposed to be. Done it on trains too. But Capac falls asleep much more easily than I do, so I guarantee he'd do that too. Yeah. You're exactly right, Nev. There was nothing merciful about what was there. It's just that chat spawned so much stuff that there was no chance of that stuff actually combining and doing me any harm. Because they all just attacked each other. Which might have slightly been part of my intent with how I organized it. I knew that was going to be a possible outcome, and I was like, yep, that's fine. Put in here. Sure, I need to do much else. I think I might just work on the crane redesign. Oh, poop. Better trailer ramp. Well, I was thinking I'd do a better crane as my first thing, and then next job would be making the trailer better. The trailer needs to kind of get upgraded to look like the front up here. So, I kind of like the color of this, even though it's sort of horrible and looks moldy. Grab that. Thanks, Elemental. Thank you very much for another 5 gift subs. Doop, doop. 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 Just trying this out. Seeing if the rusty yellow mustard might work. Kind of looks horrible. Looks properly horrific. I might go to that one. Let's try this color instead. Ooh, or that on the connector. That on the other bits. It's too much of the mustard. It's maybe less horrible. Still horrible, but less so. It's a start. It's a start. A walkway on the trailer hitch? Yeah, possibly. So that's the other thing. Do I move the crane a block forward, or maybe even 2 blocks forward, so that I can have this walkway the full width rather than just 2 blocks? Because with the just 2 blocks, that was all to get it out of the way of the hitch. But if I'm moving the crane, I can move it forward. And yeah, let's start doing it. What the heck? Let's go. Whoops, forgot that was off the side. So, after this is gone, comes the fun of trying to think through a way of making this look more interesting. So I want to make it more bulky, have a bit more... make it look a bit more like it can actually do the stuff it does. So part of that's going to be doing double pistons for bits, which is going to be some interesting fun. Right, let's grind off this control seat.
Inventory full.
And I'm going to, with the helm, I will try and make it actually work a bit better. Oh, don't want to drop the plushie. It was largely so I don't have to explain it every time. I might actually make the helm stable. I might make it work right. Thanks, Christine. Thanks for the gift sub. After trying and failing to create a crane in the Survival Impossible world, I'm going to intently watch this. Alright, so we had it directly over this medium cargo container before. I could move it up. Like, I want to lift it by 1 block at least. This thing's so stable, I think I can get away with maybe even 2 blocks of lift. But 1 block lifted up for the base rotor, and then possibly on top of that, another row of blocks before I put the hinge down. The advantage of that will be then I can attach something to the side of this piece here. Oh, oops. Probably should weld these up before I do that. Thanks, Kitsu! Thank you for the 700 bits! I don't want the crane facing the rear, because then all of the weight of the crane hangs off the front of the truck. The advantage of the crane being here and being in the middle is, 1, it's closer to the trailer so it can reach the thing it needs to reach. And 2, any tipping force, the trailer actually has some impact on stopping it from rolling, which is obviously beneficial. Let's actually build this fully this time. Thanks, Real Life Space. Oh, speaking of itty bitty or itsy bitsy, my other half found it quite amusing that someone had described Toby as itsy bitsy splitsy. When I said that had been mentioned in a comment, I can't remember who said it. But yeah, we both found that one funny. Thanks, Dark Nova. Thanks for the Prime sub. That's done. Now, I think what I'll do here is grab these. Around. Fill this in with armor blocks. Thanks, Iron Tortoise. Thanks for the Prime sub as well. What? I haven't blocked the walkway getting full width. I can work on top of that too. It's all good. Thank you for another 100 bits, Elemental. Splitsy and his itsy bitsy yellow polka dot mankini. Oh dear. I'm glad Shadow's asleep by now. XA space as well. Cool. Hinge on top of this. Thank you for another 100 bits. Yes. That way. Bits. So something I was talking about during the... Oh. I'm just going to spin this around. Something I was talking about during the integration stream that I would like to do in the future is possibly have the Twitch integration stuff and make a specific MES mod for it. So one that has spawns that are fun, don't give you too much resources, but might be worth going to check out anyway. Things like basically creating alternatives to unknown signals. That was one of the ideas that I'd like to potentially work on for that. Iron Tortoise. On my main channel, there's literally a series with Capac and I playing Space Engineers. Right now. Called Assertive Acquisitions. I was thinking about having a direct prefab spawner as well to give the plugin more precise control about where it spawns relative to the player for some of those things. Ooh. That'd be pretty cool, Nev. Especially for that particular use case where you're trying to get unknown signal type things. Thanks, hey Space. Right. Now, I think what I want to do is maybe mess around with some things here that could cause badness. Wow, Elemental, thank you for another 1,000. And thank you, Nelson TBA. Thank you very much, everyone. Oh, so some of you may have noticed, speaking of Nev saying that it's time for bed, some of you may have noticed that it is a different time of... I started this at a different time of day today. Slightly. Like I started an hour earlier. Although it may not feel an hour earlier because you may have just changed to daylight savings. But I did switch the start time of my stream a bit. I am going to try and see how long I can maintain it for, but I'm testing out starting at 6 AM local time for these streams in winter, and then I'll switch back to 7 AM for summer, so that it's more consistent with whatever the time ends up being in other parts of the world. Yeah, exactly, Justin Mechanic. I think the Noita style integration is the optimum style of integration for a game like Space Engineers. For those not familiar, the Noita style of an integration in Twitch is... In Noita, you get 4 little options that appear down in the bottom right of the screen, which is usually 2 randomized potentially positive things and 2 randomized potentially negative things, and then chat votes. Nev's actually got it potentially so it's going to work as a proper Twitch poll, though. So you won't even have to have it on screen, which means I may not notice what's going to happen until it actually drops, because I won't know what the poll options are if I don't specifically try and open it up. Which will add a bit of fun, I reckon. What I'm trying to do here is create a pair of pistons, and then I was going to nest this like I did in Survival Impossible on my rebuild of the welding area. I'm just trying to think of some of the issues I ran into with that, and I believe I ended up using these because I did run into some problems. Now, do I dare try and place a piston part and attach it? Maybe. That's the one further away. Please don't explode. Please don't explode. Yay! Do we have a way to have it on screen? No, I don't think so, Nev. I think having the, having it hidden from on screen, like there could be a notification for, like along the lines of new polls starting now, sort of thing, but I don't think having a full thing showing up is the right way to do it. At least it wouldn't fit with the way I like to do things. For stream. I need a way to get up here now. So I need to get on top. There we go. So my idea here is that by nesting these pistons, I'm going to get more reach. And by doubling them, they're going to look like they're stronger, even though they're exactly the same strength. I mean... the main reason that I wouldn't be a big fan of having it on screen is just that I don't like to clutter my screen. There's no big other reason other than that. Oh, actually that's wrong. Let's grab that off. Grab that off. That off. That off. So what's wrong here is that I actually don't want these to be too compact. In fact, I don't think they're going to be compact at all if I'm doing it the way that I was about to think it. Which is okay. I don't mind. So what I was thinking of doing was actually placing these door edges and then putting the piston directly on there, which effectively lines it up exactly where the other one is. Oh, if I'm going to do that, that's boring. I don't like that. Let's think this through. I haven't done... it was so long ago I did this thing, I can't remember how I did it.
Energy low.
Blast door, then blast door edge. I think I'll do. Now I can put that there. Now I could do a double piston, then do the same sort of thing and flip back to the sides. Yeah, that'll work. I might have to go check that because my other half was just expecting a delivery of some fish. So I'll be back in just a sec. Let me go check if that's what's at the front door. No.
Energy critical.
Alrighty, I'm back. It was indeed the fish. But mother half was still home. She wasn't out yet, but she was feeding Toby, so I was still required. Energy critical is probably not a problem since I'm on Earth-like. Oh, I think I remember this being a problem for me when I was doing it in Survival Impossible. I need to make sure that when I place down pistons in these spots, I haven't actually placed them connected to the hinge. And I can't just use build vision to move the pistons because I can't move them one at a time. I need to move them both simultaneously. Violent Shadow, I have no specific plans for any sort of wrong way up style thing at this stage. It's a difficult thing to organize when you've recently become a parent. So, yeah, trying to organize a large group of people to do something like that, not super on the cards at this point. Okay. I'm hoping that I can give myself more reach with the crane than what I had, even though I was probably near the limit of where I should be reaching to anyway. But I thought it might be nice to give myself a bit of extra reach. Before I do that, I'm going to name this piston Crane Piston 1. I do not have a better name than that right now. And this one is also going to be named Crane Piston 1. Then, I hop in the cockpit. I try to extend Crane Piston 1, and I hope it doesn't explode. Just to make sure that that was, in fact, not connected to the hinge. Why not Frank? Probably because, like Mario, being Capac's name for a jump drive, I'll forget. So, the fish that was getting delivered was a little bit of a smorgasbord of things that could not be eaten while pregnant. Some of which are foods I do not personally enjoy. such as prawns, because they make me very ill. Some of which, however, is stuff that I very much enjoy, such as sashimi salmon and snapper. Thanks for the congrats. So yeah, pretty excited to have some prawns. All right, let's retract those now that I know they're correct. Because what I want to do is I want to make sure that as I build this, it fits in this space neatly. Is the reaction from everyone what I expected? Yeah. You guys are a great bunch of people. Like, I'm very fortunate to have such a incredibly supportive and chill community that around my content. So yeah, I did not expect any different. Well, let me rephrase that. I never expected anything negative. The degree to which things have been positive has kind of been overwhelming, but I never expected anything remotely negative. Now, how am I going to integrate this into the double elbow hinges? That's the next trick. Like, the reaction to the Twitch integration was exactly what I would expect it to, which is we have a chance to do something silly. Splitsy's asking us to test this. That means he wants us to do the silly, which means we can do it without guilt. And Selma, congratulations. I wonder if with your friends suggesting random names, I wonder if they'll do as well as my partner's brother, who actually picked it. And it was the first time he'd suggested a name that wasn't really strange. I don't know how he managed it. But yeah, her brother picked it. It was like throwing out some really odd stuff. And he's like, what about Toby? Both of us tried very hard not to react. As he said it, it was like, God, people aren't supposed to know yet. How are you doing this? Did you go from weird to bang on the money in no time whatsoever? Just tell them if they want to make suggestions on names to go grow their own. Yep. I feel like that's a good comeback. Does anyone remember how many pistons I had in this extendo-matic bit of the arm before? Was it 5? I think it was 5. We've gone from 5 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not too bad. Huh. Where's this cough coming from? It's rather irritating. Thanks, Nev. No gains yet. Yeah, thanks. I have gained, because it was 5 and now it's 6. I've gained an extra 2 meters. Which is not small. And I'll probably gain an extra... It'll probably be 4 meters extra reach. Once I'm done. So, once I put this piston on here, this is about the same length at retraction as the old one was. But it has 2 extra pistons, so therefore it extends an extra 4 meters. If the pistons were just stacked on each other, then the minimum reach would be another, with 2 extra pistons, would be another 2 meters longer, and maximum reach would be another 6 meters longer, not 4. So there is a net gain. For those people saying there isn't, there absolutely is. Because remember, when tucked and collapsed, this fitted before this fence. So, yeah. 4 meters gain, which is... I think that's not bad. It's going to be fun setting up the controls for this, because there is going to be so much copying of settings. Oh, I'm out of steel plate. That's true. I did move the rotor forward one, so I do lose a little bit of distance that way. So there's a tiny bit to make up there, but this has definitely got longer reach than the old. And it looks cooler to me. Especially once I make it not all the same rust. If I make the horizontal, like the differently aligned ones, different colors, I think that'll make it look a bit nicer. How easy it'll be to get that in there, but if I go like that, and then I grab that again. Yep. Okay, so last thing would be, do I go another piston on there and then do my hinge? Yeah, that could work. So maybe something like this. I'm really uncertain how this elbow is going to work. I am glad though that none of these have exploded as I've attached them. True, the blast door blocks do provide a nice lighting option that I could put on each of them. I think I want to go a block, then the double. No. How do I want to do this double hinge? In this position, the double hinge should be completely collapsed. to get my brain around this. So I want, like... It'd be a hinge there. Yeah, this could work. Then another hinge on there. And that folds back underneath. Oof. Percival's a perfectly reasonable name, surely. Percy? If we're doing as I did and choosing names from Thomas the Tank Engine. Why not have it fold up over the top? The advantage of folding underneath is that it's lower when it's collapsed, but also it's less work to unfold it each time. There's less travel required, because if it has to unfold from the top every time, it always has to go through a minimum of 180 degrees. And yes, I am... If I build the way I am, I will be stopping myself from going beyond having the arm perfectly straight. Which... I'm not sure I have a problem with. I've used the overhead capacity once on the previous crane. For lifting up the hat. Because it's not Thomas's spider-legged cousin. Yes, that is creepy. Where's the control seat going to be? I think what I'll do is attach the control seat to these blocks here, directly to them. So it'll spin with the crane, but it won't flop around with the crane. Which is a bit sad, but I think the prevention of motion sickness of my audience is probably more important than my own amusement over doing things like that. I'm gonna have to redo these. Just realised something I should have done that I can't undo. Nope, wrong bit. Should do this with a blast door block. That'll make it able to be more reliably pushing up against itself without collisions. It's not strictly required, but I think it'll be better. Does the hinge have to be 2 blocks down so the vertical piston doesn't touch on the underside? So this next bit of the arm won't be stacked like the previous bit. It's going to be simpler. There we go. What I was thinking with this next bit was just to go either continue the double or just go singles underneath. Not going to double up on the hinge joint. No. Maybe I should, though. Oh. Why'd you have to suggest that now, Eisen? It would look nice, wouldn't it? Timing is key, yes. Just after I've done that. Just after. Edge. 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 Now we do all of that again, twice. Helm on the grabby bit at the end. No. Just straight up no. It'll just get in the way so much. Like, there would be some small conveniences that would come from it, but yeah, just get in the way so much. Come on, live a little. Hey, I'm doing double piston construction here. I think I'm living enough. Or I'm risking my living enough. Risking whether I'm alive enough. So, first off, let's attach these two to one another. How do I want to do this, though? I think what I want to do is maybe put the pistons straight on there. But... oh. Whoops. Do I have enough space for an air gap? Not... oh, it'll be tight when it's fully collapsed. So what I'm thinking is, do I put a straight piece in between these double hinges so that the bit that comes back along would be sitting down at the height of this rotor head rather than sitting at the height of the blocks I built on top of the rotor? I'm just a bit worried that the pistons might actually collide with each other under certain circumstances. Yeah, clang prevention air gap, basically. No, large grid pistons have smaller collisions. Small grid ones, it's not as much of a difference, and if things are shaking, it gets weird more easily. But large grid ones, yeah, I'd happily do that. Small grid ones, not as happy. Yeah, this rig is not for conveying anything, despite the fact that I'm about to place a conveyor on here. That's purely aesthetic. In fact, I'm going to put a T-piece. Is there a reason I'm not playing with more Pistons mods? I very rarely play with block mods. There are very few block mods I actually use. Because I do like my designs being vanilla. Where possible. Yeah, it's weird that that's saying the conveyors aren't linked. Oh wait, I know why they're not. Duh. Because they're not. They're separate grids. Duh. And yeah, I don't know. Ever since we got the deco packs, I've not felt the need to have block mods in general. There are things I would like the recent 3x3 piston mod that Chipstick's made. But yeah, I just haven't. I don't tend to do it much. It's like I just don't play with weapon mods either. The weapon mods have other reasons, and that's because they're not balanced. There are almost none that are even remotely balanced. Yeah, and they crash a lot, and they have sound bugs, and everything. Yeah, it's just not worth it. Like, I tolerated the crashes from, that I was getting with crew enabled and mods like that because it felt like it was adding enough that some of the frustration was worth it. But I've actually even removed that from assertive acquisitions because it was causing too many crashes for us. Is there a reason to not to weld the piston heads? No, it's just hard. It's just hard. That's why they're not welded yet. While there is some truth in that the current weapons are not particularly well balanced, they are at least very known quantities, and that makes it easy for me to balance for them. Yep, these hinges are attached. That's attached. That's attached, and they are attached to each other. I think I'll go to single piston after this. I'll merge them down to each other now. Laws, why on earth would I tell Capac something that helps him not get explosions in his face? That seems very counterproductive. I want Capac to do things that makes things explode and injure him, because that's funny. I don't want to change that. Don't be silly. There, piston head. Attach. Okay. Now we tuck up the little rotor hinge nonsense. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that's plenty. You'd think I get satisfaction from being right when Capac's involved, but no. I really don't. He's too annoying to for that to make up for anything. Much rather just see him explode. Yeah, I don't want to nest these ones upwards because I do worry that they'll explode each other. The point where I usually help Capac is when he's getting frustrated. Prior to that, I just let him be as much as I can. Don't know that I've left myself enough room. I may have to shorten this by Piston. Or this has to collapse down while it's folded. This is precisely what I was trying to avoid. Rats. It's true, Edric. The biggest blammo was not Capac, but it was still funny. you can hear me cracking up afterwards. Yeah, so sometimes I will tell Capac a thing not because I expect Capac to listen, but I figure because it might be useful for the audience. And sometimes I just do it because I have told him before, because he has complained before. Basically, it's all inconsistent, and it's just how I feel on the day. It's the reality of it. Yes, the park script does have a return to stacked position thing. I haven't ever messed with it, so I don't really know how to use it. But it is something I am considering trying to learn. I think that's probably... The only other thing I was thinking was maybe I do, like, another hinge on here. Yeah, what the heck. This at least lets me pack it up neatly, having the double hinge here. And then back plate. And because of the way I've done this, I should be able to even potentially put, if I mess with the hinges a bit, put something here so that I've got a fixed camera mounted onto the piston, although I'd actually put it on that lower side. Then I can have a camera mounted there and do all the things. Now for the fun part. I need to label it all. Yeah, I'm gonna... I've got some different ideas about the pointer light. I think I might need to change it to a spotlight. Oh wait. Should be doing this with share inertia tensor on. Let's just hop over there. Oh boy. Yeah, I'll do all this renaming and then something's just going to explode anyway. That's how it feels right now. But I do need to do this renaming to some extent. Because if I don't, I'm not going to be able to actually set up any of the script properly. Yeah, the number 6, that's what I was kind of thinking. Spotlight on one side, camera on the other, and that'll potentially give me some pretty good visibility and visibility through the camera as well as visibility from third person. Is there a lot of platinum mining off screen to help Capac's paprika and day have it? No. I've done one big mining load in the jug for platinum, and that's been lasting us so far. I did that mining. It was edited out, but I did that mining. And part of the mining was shown during that episode. But I obviously do edit out a lot of that because I think we've seen enough mining in assertive acquisitions. I mean, I've seen enough mining. You guys have seen enough mining. Capac and TFE have not. But yeah, I'm pretty sure during that episode I was like, I'm going to collect this, and then I came back after it was collected with the other two having done probably... They'd probably placed a couple of blocks on their grids, maybe. Who knows? That is not the right number I meant to press. Okay, that's those. Let's go crane, base, rotor. Crane, base, hinge. Then we have crane, elbow, hinge, 1. Hinge 2. Share inertia tensor on. Share inertia tensor on. Brain. Piston. Distal 1. I think I'm going to do it that way, so because I didn't name the other one sensibly. Distal 1. Distal 2. Distal 3. Although arguably I don't need to name any of these pistons differently. They could all just be named the same. Like I could have just named every piston up there the same and every piston down here the same because I'm using Park to control it. It doesn't actually matter. Oh well. At least if I run into any problems, I've got them named properly now. What does share inertia tensor do? It makes things less wobbly. How does it do that? Oh, I'm going to get this wrong, but I'm going to try. A shared inertia tensor effectively creates a situation where it adds the mass of the objects on both sides of that connection point together and combines them into one center of inertia, which is why it stabilizes things. So it's also why you don't do the bit that attaches to a base with share inertia tensor, because then you're sharing inertia tensor with the whole incredibly heavy part of your base, which means your pistons and your hinges can't work properly. That's probably slightly wrong, but hopefully not too far wrong. I have read the descriptions of exactly what share inertia tensors do, but yeah, it's one of those things that just hasn't stuck in my brain. But as you can see, now that I've enabled it on pretty much everything, there is a lot less jiggle. Because there's effectively a lot more mass here, so there's less jiggle. There's a reason why Keen didn't enable it by default, and I don't understand why. Relay space. No, I won't be the kind of person who will ever do a editing tutorial. There are people out there who are much better editors than me that make their whole channels about how you do editing. So yeah, no, that won't be me. I think that sort of behind the scenes stuff, I think, has very niche interest, so I wouldn't tend to include it.
Energy low.
Okay. So we have connector I'm trying to rename, which is not what I wanted to rename. Oh, did I build advanced rotors in here? Looks like I might have. Crane, wrist, rotor 1. Oops, wrong way. Move that. Then crane, wrist, rotor 2. And finally crane, wrist, hinge. Crane, wrist, hinge 3. Cool, they're all named. So now, in theory, I should be able to build my control seat and then start setting up my controls. Alright. Do I still want my control on this side? Yeah, why not? Catwalky instead. Maybe I'll do that. I'm still going to go with the helm because I think it's the nicer looking option for this sort of setup, even though it has that annoying aspect of being difficult to get into. Oh good, this is actually letting me grab from here. I keep going back to the main bit of the base because often when trying to grab from subgrids, Build Planet doesn't work unless you open up the inventory to do it. Yeah, so when you as I was saying with share inertia tensor, the reason you don't activate it for the thing that's attached to your base is you're creating a shared moment of inertia between the two grids, which effectively ends up being enormous when it's attached to your base. So what you need to do then is have yotta newtons of force available to you to be able to move that thing. Which is potentially dangerous because it means if you end up colliding with anything, it'll be explosive. Do I want that there? Do I want to do that differently? Maybe I want to do that differently. Ah! Presses. I think this... Yeah, this works well enough. It'll be fine. Oh, I need more of these. So what I'm thinking is just creating a bit of a cage around the helm. And then we can figure out some spots where I can put some plushies on here. Gonna get something on the outside of this. The helm doesn't have an attachment. Oh, it does. Excellent. Nice. That might work out very handy. Safety rail lift gate. I'm not sure I could make one small enough that I'd be happy with it here. But I can now get rid of these. Nope! Apparently not. Because I hadn't put the front bit on yet. Whoops. Love that I was so confident and then that all went wrong. Just perfect. Nothing quite like being proven wrong by your own hubris. Do 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 do. Ow. Go. Nice little catwalk for it. Fits in with the rest of the design of the build. And then I've just got to set up a park for everything. Which is going to require a lot of copy pasting of custom data settings. Which is a bit of a pain. What you going to do? Yes, hashtag instant regret was right. And of course, because I've moved everything forward, this stuff comes forward. Actually get rid of this whole back row. Which makes the hitch even safer. And because that doesn't drop any lower, it's not going to collide with anything. It'll be able to spin perfectly freely. I'm not going to run into any problems. It is annoying that I can't just walk straight up to it anymore. But I probably won't really walk onto that. I'll instead just get into the helm, which I should be able to do from standing here without any significant troubles. There we go. Can't see anything because we're miles away with the camera. It's entirely plausible that if I... Probably won't work, actually. I could put a little lip on the edge of this, but it's probably better just to leave this open as is. I was about to say it's entirely possible that I've left enough space to put a single block height thing on there, but no. Okay, so what we need to do is get our park programmable block. So we're going to change the custom data. So what we're going to have is main, wrist, and actually I might have main 2 and wrist 2. So what I'm thinking I'll do is I'll have a slow and a fast, and a slow and a fast, so that I can change between profiles and hopefully move it around a bit more quickly when I want to. But what we need to do is turn off control thrusters, turn off control gyros. Then I'm going to grab all of the things and put them in a group. But to make my life easier, I'm going to disconnect from the base. There is a multiplier command, isn't there? I've never used it. I don't know how to set it up. I'll have to have a look. First off, though, I'm going to make this group. So our group requires all of the crane things. Now, I should just be able to go crane and everything will be in it. That's our group. Then we're going to go programmable block. Don't know why I keep closing the thing. Going to edit it. And have a look. What I called the group before. I don't remember. No, I called it small crane. Whatever. This is my only real big crane. I can name the next one something different. Multiplier ratio. So it's a multiplier that affects the speed of the controlled parts. Mult 2 would double speed, for example. Okay. So we'll go back to this and change this so we just have main and wrist. And then I'll set a multiplier command on my hopper. Yeah, you can totally use the park script in a single control point to make profiles for multiple crane arms. All you do is each profile affects only one crane arm. So it's only affecting the pistons and rotors for that one arm. And then you switch to a different profile and you're then controlling a different crane. Okay, now in theory, we should have a whole bunch of pistons with stuff in their custom data sections. Okay. Annoyingly, it has created them with everything in it. That's annoying. I don't want that. Let's go back to the programmable block and see if I did something that I can fix that with. Okay, let's try that again. If it's done it, I'm just going to delete the ones. Yeah. I think it only adds new one, it doesn't delete the old ones. So. These were done on forward backward last time, so forward is going to be 0.1. Backward will be minus 0.1, and it will not control anything when it's in the wrist control profile. So let's copy that. Paste it there. And do this for all of them. Yeah. See you, Snake. Oh, I just want to get this crane working, but I have to do all of this. Oh, that is not how you paste. So I've got effectively, what, 16 pistons in just this first section? Alright, then. Distal piston. I'm just going to copy paste and then I'm going to fix that. So the distal ones I had on roll left and roll right. So roll left will be... let's go minus 0.1 and 0.1. So that's extend. Yeah, E's extend, Q's retract. Yep. I have some rough sort of ways that I typically do this so that I hopefully have somewhat consistent control profiles between the different times I use cranes. So that I hopefully don't end up doing stuff. Cool. So that's the pistons done. Now let's get our rotor bits done. It's crane base rotor. There we go. Custom data. Grab it all. So this will be the base rotor. I want left, right, which I think left, let's go 2, and right, -2. Then the crane base hinge will be up and down. Oh wait, not left, right. I want this as pitch up, pitch down, and your left, your right. Ah, dang it. Pitch up, 2, pitch down, -2. So I was being really careful with the way I placed my hinges so I know which directions these are. And so there's a consistency there. Yeah, Edric, renaming stuff doesn't, with Control C, Control V, doesn't work with build vision. I think it's because it's actually tracking specific keyboard inputs, not taking the actual input that's in the text box. It's why the delete key also doesn't work. The only way to copy paste is using its own internal copy paste functions, but you can't do that with text. Okay, so that's the base hinge, base rotor. Elbow hinges are next. It's all fine, Laws. It's all good. There's nothing broken there. If something's broken, it'll probably be because I didn't actually select everything to replace it. Elbow hinge would be... I was using up, down for this. So up is 2. Down is... Oh, actually, these should be 1. -1. Control A, Control C. And we'll do that for all of them. And in theory, that should be my main control scheme worked out. So what I'm going to do is grab my crane... No, grab my programmable block. Which I'm going to give a name to because I really should name these things as to what script is running on them. Run. Main. Fuck. Never know whether I need to do this, but it always seems to be required. Okay. Move left and right. I'm failing to move up and down. Those pistons are working. Those pistons are working. Those hinges are working, so I think this hinge needs more power. Nope. Let's check that hinge out. Crane base hinge. Custom data. Pitch up, pitch down. Huh. No work. Huh. Try and flip this around anyway. Just because the way I think. Park. Oh, right. That's what I've done wrong. Nope. Still don't have control for that. Got all the other controls. Huh. Interesting. Is that hinge included in the group? Crane base hinge, yeah, it is. Have I accidentally locked it? Nope. It's not locked. It's got uber torque. It's not got any limits that would stop it from moving. Unless... Oh, I know. I think I know what's wrong. There we go. That should fix it. There we go. It had managed to get past its final point. It's a bug that's been in Space Engineers for a little bit. And check out this reach. It just keeps going. There we are. Looks like a chain getting stretched out. Yeah. Yep. I once caught a wreckage this big. Yes, I've... Oh yeah, look at that reach. Look at that reach. I don't even need the bit beyond the elbow to reach to the end of the trailer anymore. Now maybe you finally need stabilizing legs, possibly. This might be more reach than I'm capable of handling. Oi. Oh, that's good. That's so good. It's working. It's working. Ah, I'm happy. I'm very happy. I think that looks really cool too. I like this style of nested pistons. And I think having the double pistons just... Even though it's completely unnecessary with Space Engineers' infinite structural integrity sort of stuff, the blocks don't actually get any forces applied directly to them, other than collisions. I think it still looks nice having that extra visual strength. It's kind of like the sandstone towers at the end of the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Purely for aesthetic balance of the massive weight behind it. And the hinge has gotten itself stuck again. Okay, so crane base hinge is going to have limits of -89. So it can't do that again. It hasn't been a truck redesign every week. The truck's just been evolving. I think the truck's more important than the base, to be honest. Since my goal is to get to space, so I need the truck to go collect things. Okay, now I need to test. Let's go on to the second thing and go... Wait, what is the command? Just make sure I've got it right. Return angle, returns. Recently I added in return angle, return speed, and return order priority. If you run the command return, it will return to the angle set at a set speed, prioritize lowest level first. So if you want a part to return to 15 degrees at a speed of 2 RPM after the first set of control parts moved, then you can do return angle 15, return order priority 1. Huh. Okay. So I probably need the wrist to collapse itself into the right spot, then the other bits can kind of work in sequence with that collapsing down, then it turning. So yeah, I should be able to sequence this so that I can just press a single button and it all just slowly collapses on itself. Thanks, Yestergear. Yeah, thanks for the 300 bits. I'm hoping for a I'm hoping to use one of my stream time slots next week in order to release the mod. To finish it up and, well, get it ready for release and release all the mods next week. So I got distracted by the return order things. Profiles, commands, malt ratio. Okay. Apparently I can't type. Whoops. Malt 2. No. Malt 1. Malt 2. Oh. And just for crazy. I think that's moving faster. Oh yeah, it's definitely moving faster. Can it have 2 deploy states? I think it can only have 1. Because I think if you look in here, it's in the custom data settings. Although I suppose if I have, yeah, there could be a start profile which has a return, speed, position, order priority things that brings it out to a state where it's usable. Yeah, that's true. You could totally do that. Alright, guess the next thing is to do those wrist bits. Get the duplicate profiles. Then we have, so under wrist controls, I want the first one to do roll left, roll right, I think. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I'll do left and right. So I'll go left, -2, right, 2. Oh wait, that's the hinge. I want the rotor to do that. First hinge should be up, down. We'll go forward and backward. Forward, backward for the first one. -2. Hinge 2. Should also be forward and backwards. Because that's a doubled up hinge. Like at the elbow. Yeah, so all of the mods in this pack are technically optional. There's no reason you should feel stuck with a particular mod in it. You can take them out, mix them around, add extra things, whatever you want. I'm not being restrictive. Trying not to be. That works. But I will also publish a scenario. So for those who don't want to fiddle around with a whole bunch of different mods and setting it up and all that sort of stuff, I'm also going to be setting up a scenario that has all of my preferred settings, and you can just run with that. Okay, that should be everything. Right hand always rushes and gets that K in before I get to the R key. Oh yeah, that's right. Talk, that was suggested before. There's slack for the wrist controls. Yes, I totally can do that. It'll just require an on-off command. Because I don't have any braking torque on it. Okay, let's see if I've got any of these controls working. Q and E works. Side to side works. Forwards, backwards works. And up, down works. Cool. The wrist works. And yeah, I could try, like, what I could do is wrist. Brain, wrist. Groups. And let it flop. Which happened much more sedately than I thought it was going to. That's somewhat mesmerizing. And then I could just go, yeah, that's pretty close to level. And just turn it back on there. Oh, elbow. You guys need increased stuff as well. And I'm going to give you guys braking torque. So the base hinge has braking torque and the elbow hinges have braking torque. So if I suddenly lose power, it shouldn't all just flop. But the wrist will flop. It's like a sedated snake. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would totally agree with that. Alright, so what I might do, if I get some time and I'm not feeling like editing or I'm not feeling like doing some other stuff, I would like to try and set up return profiles for all of these things. So I think that would be nice. It'd be great to just be able to push a single button and be like, watch it sequentially close everything down. Looks so pretty. I just had an idea. I've never used the park script for just a basic ramp, but if it's got the return order priorities, you can totally just do that. So if I want a funky, weird ramp that has like 12 different sections to it that need to collapse in sequence, I can just use park to do it now, instead of having to use any other script that can do that stuff. Oh, that's so good. Have I still got a plushie on me? I do. Oh yeah? I think that's a perfect spot for a plushie. It's so good. I actually think I might wrap up my stream here. I've been going for like 5 hours and 40 minutes or something. So I'll be back on Monday with some more stuff with Black Shadow and possibly something a little bit after that, so that Shadow can actually call it a night at a reasonable time of the evening. I might even do work on this mod on Monday instead of Tuesday. That might happen. We'll see. Yeah, that could work. I'm going to try and use the rest of the day to do some recording of something else I've been wanting to work on. So that's one of the things. I'll be back, as I said, on Monday with more of Minecraft, Tuesday with more of Icarus, and then same time next week with more of this. So there's all that, and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Thanks for coming, everybody. Bye.